Chapter 749. As expected, the three-eyed giant, the venomous spider, and the blackwater explosive bear were all auctioned off by the giant king. No one could continue to compete with them. The three-eyed giant race immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The geniuses of their race were saved, and the giant race's eyes weren't leaked. This could be considered a great fortune amidst the misfortune. However, when they thought of the heavy price they had paid, they secretly felt bitter in their hearts. Damned human, my three-eyed giant race will never let you off. The giant king gnashed his teeth. He simply wanted to tear Xiaoping into pieces in the live broadcast room. Following that, the joint auction of the metal tiger and the single-horn thunder bull went very smoothly. A total of 2 trillion federal coins were sold, as well as a peerless king-level secret manual, the 5 Elements Heavenly Tiger Saber. This was the tiger race's big shots who had personally participated in the auction. They were very rich and overbearing. They directly bought it at the highest price, catching the surrounding onlookers off guard. At this point, other than Tu Linglong, the other geniuses of the monster race had all been sold. This Xiaoping is going to make a fortune. He sold 6 geniuses of the monster race and got a total of 6 trillion federal coins and 4 peerless king-level secret manuals. Getting rich overnight isn't enough to describe this kind of behavior. Someone exclaimed in shock. After carefully calculating, he knew exactly how much Xiaoping had gained from this auction. Damn, 6 trillion isn't just $60,000. This is too exaggerated. Even king-level clans probably don't have many who can take out 6 trillion. To think that I, a dignified grandmaster, can only get a few $100 billion by risking my life. I don't know how many years of savings I've accumulated. Now, this kid just casually holds an auction, and it's equivalent to my lifetime's income. Everyone was shocked and secretly clicked their tongues. Knowing that Xiaoping had earned so much, their eyes turned green with jealousy. Some kings were equally jealous. They didn't know how long it would take them to create such a shocking amount of wealth. Exaggerated my ass. He only got it by eating the blood of our monster race. It would be strange if he didn't become rich after scamming so much money from our monster race. Just you wait. Sooner or later, you'll have to spit it out after eating our monster race. Hearing these words, the demon race powerhouses gnashed their teeth in anger, and even had the urge to vomit blood. The more these people exclaimed, the more envious, and the more depressed they became. This was because the money had been plundered from their bodies. He was eating their flesh and drinking their blood. Without their contributions, how could he be so extravagant? Well, the auction is over. The goods will be delivered to you soon. Xiaoping was very satisfied with the results of the auction, so he announced the end of the live auction. The demon monarchs had also left their addresses. When the time came, he would send the Raven of Misfortune and the other demons through FedEx. The efficiency of express delivery was very high, and it could arrive within 7 days. Ding dong, as soon as the live broadcast ended, Xiaoping's communicator rang. It was the vice principal, Lu Xuan. He immediately answered the call, and an old man's virtual projection appeared in front of him. Principal Lu. Xiaoping greeted Lu Xuan. His attitude was very respectful, not only because of this elder's strength, but also because he was a hero of the human race. From the cataclysm until now, he had made countless contributions to the human race. This was a highly respected elder. The auction this time was held well. It can be considered that we have ruthlessly slaughtered that group of demon monarchs. After this, they should know what it means to feel pain. Lu Xuan laughed. Clearly, he had also watched the live broadcast and had seen many good shows. It's all thanks to the principal's strong support, Xiaoping said modestly. Lu Xuan said, by the way, this time you have obtained 4 peerless king-tier secret manuals from the demon race. I wonder what you plan to do with them. He looked at Xiaoping. Principal, what do you have in mind? Xiaoping blinked his eyes. This time, he had obtained 4 secret manuals. They were the 5 Elements Heavenly Tiger Saber Technique, Spirit Eye Technique, Emperor Fist, and Darkness Nether Fist. Lu Xuan said straightforwardly, I suggest that you take them out and place them in Yanhuang University's library. Let the other elite students learn from them and increase the strength of the human race. Of course, this isn't to let you suffer a loss. Because you are the owner of these 4 Peerless King Tier secret manuals, you have the copyright of these 4 secret manuals. Therefore, any martial artist who learns these secret manuals of yours will pay you a patent fee. As long as one person learns it, the other party will have to pay you 10 billion Federation dollars in patent fees. You can make use of these secret manuals to create an endless stream of income. Upon hearing these words, Xia Ping's eyes lit up. In this world where martial arts flourished, although martial arts secret manuals were everywhere, many tyrannical secret manuals had owners. Even if they were willing to make these secret manuals public. However, if someone wanted to learn the other party's secret manual, they would have to pay a patent fee. Only then would they be able to use such martial arts legally. If one didn't have the owner's consent and didn't pay for it, it would be seen as stealing. The person would be arrested by the Federation government and imprisoned for hundreds of years. In serious cases, they might even be exiled to the army and have all their personal assets confiscated. It was because of such a patent restriction and the huge profits that many martial artists didn't keep it to themselves. They were willing to take out their precious martial arts secret manuals so that the martial artists of the entire society could learn them. This also allowed the entire human race to become stronger. Everyone practiced martial arts. This method isn't bad. I agree. Let's hand it over to the school. Xia Ping nodded in agreement. In any case, these few Peerless King-level secret manuals were obtained from the demon race. He had no intention of hiding them. Although he had obtained trillions of Federation dollars now, that was just a one-time deal. However, these few Peerless King-level secret manuals were the real business. If 100 martial artists were to learn them, he would probably be able to obtain an astronomical amount of income. Of course, there weren't many people who were qualified to learn Peerless King-level secret manuals. Very good. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuan was very happy. To Yanhuang University, having a few more Peerless King-level secret manuals meant that they would have a huge foundation and would be able to attract more outstanding students. After all, no one would complain about having too many martial arts secret manuals. Oh right, there's something else I have to tell you. Lu Xuan changed the topic and looked at Xia Ping. Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. Principal, if there's anything, you can say it directly. He instinctively felt that this was the reason why Principal Lu Xuan called him. As for the Peerless King-level secret manuals, there was no need for the principal to personally discuss this matter. The Battle Rabbit Monarch called me. Lu Xuan went straight to the point. It hopes to trade with you for the rabbit race's saintess, Tu Linglong. Of course, the other party is also very sincere and isn't overbearing. It has given some very good conditions. Chapter 750. Interesting. Tell me about it. Xia Ping rubbed his chin. Since the principal had said this, there was no harm in listening. The first condition is to pay 1 trillion federal coins. Lu Xuan stretched out a finger. The second condition is to provide a chaotic mending pill. Just these 2 conditions. What? Hearing this, Xia Ping blinked and said, you want to exchange for Tu Linglong with just these 2 conditions? Isn't it a bit too much? Tu Linglong was in existence even more precious than the Crow of Misfortune, so it wouldn't be strange even if her value was doubled. But now that the other party had only given 2 conditions, he felt that the other party wasn't sincere enough. Do you know what the chaotic mending pill is? Lu Xuan smiled. Xia Ping shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. The chaotic mending pill is a peerless pill, and it's difficult to find one in this world. Lu Xuan said in a low voice, its main ingredients are 108 types of precious spirit herbs. After going through a complicated process, it requires 81 days to successfully refine. Once consumed, it can repair the martial Dao foundation in the body, make up for the body's flaws, increase the body's potential, and allow the body to reach a perfect state. That's why it's called the chaotic mending pill. Countless martial artists yearn to obtain it. It can be said to be a peerless divine pill that establishes the foundation of a king. It's priceless. Xia Ping's heart palpitated when he heard this. Although he felt that his martial Dao foundation was deep, his cultivation speed was too fast. No matter how perfect it was, there would always be some slight flaws. These flaws couldn't even be sensed by spiritual force, but they really existed. If he could consume the chaotic mending pill, he could repair these flaws and make his body even more perfect. If you want to advance to the king realm or even step onto the path of an invincible king, you must consolidate your martial Dao foundation and evolve your body into a stainless body. Lu Xuwen looked at Xia Ping. If there's even the slightest flaw, it might cause you to fail to break through to the king realm, and it might even become an obstacle to your advancement to a higher realm. Therefore, this is a peerless divine pill that can help martial artists advance to king realm. If it wasn't for Tu Linglong, the rabbit race probably wouldn't be willing to take out such a pill. I feel that this is a great opportunity that shouldn't be missed. His words were very obvious. Compared to the opportunity to become a king, Tu Linglong was just a small matter. Furthermore, leaving Tu Linglong behind wouldn't bring him much benefit. Instead, he would completely offend the rabbit race, and the rabbit race's monarch would constantly target him. It was even possible that they would send experts to assassinate him and hinder his cultivation. I understand. Let's exchange then. Xia Ping smiled slightly. Since there were so many benefits, he could not refuse. This heaven-mending pill was also something he urgently needed. After all, his rate of improvement was simply too fast, leaving behind many hidden dangers in his body. If he wanted to eliminate these hidden dangers, he would need to spend a lot of time. However, with the help of the chaotic mending pill, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The benefits were simply endless. Alright, I'll reply to the Rabbit King then. Lu Xuan smiled and quickly hung up the phone. At this moment, in the villa. Brothers of the demon race. Xia Ping looked at the Crow of Misfortune and the other demons. The path of life is long. Although we have only known each other for a short period of time, I feel that we have already become good friends, friends who can go through life and death together. But I didn't expect that we would have to separate so soon. Life is really unpredictable. After you leave, remember not to miss me too much. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to treat your yearning for me. He looked up at the sky and sighed. He felt that life and death were unpredictable, and the changes were too fast. Good my ass. Who's a good friend, a friend who can go through life and death together with you? Be a little more thick-skinned. The Crow of Misfortune and the other demons were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. It was clearly this shameless bastard who sold them off as slaves, but now he was here pretending to be friends who could go through life and death together with them. They had never seen a human so thick-skinned. Even a treasured sword that could slice through iron as if it were mud wouldn't be able to cut through his thick skin. However, after leaving, they would indeed miss him very much. Furthermore, it would be engraved in their hearts, and they would never forget him for the rest of their lives. They would be itching to skin this fellow and pull out his tendons. However, they didn't dare to voice out their thoughts. Otherwise, they would probably suffer before they left if this human remembered them. It was better to wait until after they left to curse this damned human. Big Brother is right. Although we haven't been together for a long time, I feel that a long time has passed. It's like a century. We will never forget what happened during this period of time. We will remember it for the rest of our lives. That's right. This is a rare memory. It touched me a lot. It's a precious experience that I can't learn in my lifetime. The Crow of Misfortune and the other demons gritted their teeth. I never expected you to be so reluctant to part with me. I'm really touched. Xia Ping sighed. I really don't want to let you go and continue living with you. The expressions of the Crow of Misfortune and the other demons changed. If this kid went back on his word, their lives would be over. They probably wouldn't be able to escape from the hands of this devil for the rest of their lives. When they thought of their future as battle servants, they felt incomparably dark. However, Xia Ping continued, however, I'm a very principled man. I won't go back on my word even if I sell you all. Upon hearing this, the crow of misfortune and the other demons heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this fellow wasn't a fickle person. Little Ling Long. Ignoring the expressions of the crow of misfortune and the other demons, Xia Ping turned around and stretched out his hand to touch Tu Linglong's rabbit ears. With a face full of affection, he said, when you go back to Myriad Demon Mountain this time, don't be careless. Don't get caught by others again. Do you understand? When we meet again, I'll catch you again. At that time, you'll be my personal maid. No matter how much money you have, you won't be able to exchange for it. What? He still wants to catch me. Upon hearing this, Tu Linglong's hair stood on end. She was so scared that her face turned pale. This shameless human wanted to catch her again. Whenever she thought of this scene, she felt incomparably terrified. She immediately decided that she would never leave Myriad Demon Mountain in the future. She would obediently stay at home and be a homebody. The outside world was really too scary. There was a beast eyeing her covetously. The crow of misfortune and the other demons also shivered. They felt that this kid was already using kidnapping for ransom. If there was a chance, this bastard wouldn't mind catching her again. And at that time, it was estimated that even the elders of their own race wouldn't save them again. Being caught once was still forgivable, but being caught twice or thrice would make them completely useless. Thinking of this, they all secretly decided that if there was a chance, they absolutely wouldn't encounter this human. If they really did encounter him, they would bring all their men and capture this kid in one fell swoop with absolute advantage. Chapter 751. Ding dong. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, congratulations to the host, this time you have offended a large number of monster kings, as well as some human kings. You have become a thorn in their eyes and have received a lot of hatred. This time, the host has received 250 million hatred points. What? Hearing this, Xia Ping's eyes widened. 250 million hatred points. This number was too exaggerated. All the hatred points he had received before were not so much. Originally, due to various reasons, he had spent a lot of hatred points, and there were only 5 million left. But now there were 250 million more hatred points, which had increased by who knows how many times. I'm rich this time. Xia Ping was extremely excited. By selling the 7 monsters, he had received a total of 7 trillion federal coins, 4 king-level peerless secret manuals, and a peerless pill, the heaven-mending pill. Now that he had received 250 million hatred points, it could be said that he had become rich overnight. As the saying goes, a horse is not fat without night grass, and a man is not rich without a windfall. Now it's a piece of cake for me to buy a super battleship with the money I have on me. With a snap, Xia Ping opened his bank account. Seeing a series of zeros on it, he felt a little dizzy. This time, he obtained 7 trillion federal coins and cheated the Hua family of 500 billion federal coins. Plus after the genius battle, his wealth had reached 1550 billion federal coins. It could be said that his total assets were 9,050 billion federal coins. With such wealth, even an ordinary king's family would not be able to buy a super battleship. It was more than enough to arm the battleship to the teeth. Moreover, if the 4 king-level peerless secret manuals were placed in the library of Yanhuang University, if someone studied them, it would also create a steady stream of wealth for him. This was like a hen laying golden eggs. Congratulations to the host, the hatred points have reached 100 million. The system's voice sounded again, the requirements for the system's gift package have been met, and the reward is a flame of life. What, the flame of life? Hearing this, Xia Ping's body trembled. He knew that there were many unique flames in the world. There were flames of cold that could freeze thousands of miles, create a world of ice and snow, and destroy all things. There were flames of nothingness that were born from nothingness and devoured heaven and earth, and their power was terrifying. Some swayed in the depths of hell, absorbing the power of hell and condensing the essence of flames, hellfire. There was also the essence of the sun born from the depths of the sun. There was even the fire of the phoenix that gushed out from the body of the phoenix. Every kind of heaven and earth flame had earth-shattering power, and this flame of life was one of them. Xia Ping knew that this flame did not have much attack power, but it contained an incredible amount of power. It was different from other heaven and earth flames, it did not have much destructive power. On the contrary, it was filled with rich life energy. If the seeds of heaven and earth spirit herbs came into contact with the flame of life, they would quickly germinate and obtain abundant life energy. They would grow quickly and shorten their growth cycle. In fact, if living beings were to constantly bathe in such flames, they would be able to continuously strengthen their physiques, increase their body's potential, and even increase their lifespan, breaking through the limits of the human body. Legend, if as, the seeds, if, the seeds. If, the seeds, he as, if, he, would be. He as, the as, he as warriors, of as warriors, as, he as, if in as warriors of as, if, of the martial as, if martial as martial as. My main technique is the pure yang immortal art. It has the special ability to devour all kinds of heaven and earth flames. Xia Ping clenched his fists. After swallowing the essence of the sun, the power of my flame has greatly increased. It is extremely yang, and it is unstoppable in the face of those demons. This is a great weapon. If I can devour this flame of life, bathe in it, and refine it, my lifespan will be greatly increased. I can even heal all kinds of injuries on my body, and I will have infinite potential. He was very excited. This was indeed a big gift, a super big gift. If he exchanged it in the system, he did not know how much hatred he would need. It must be an astronomical number. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, "The flame of life has arrived. Please check and receive it, host." Boom! Immediately, a wormhole appeared in front of Xia Ping. From the depths of the wormhole, a green flame emerged. It was overflowing with green, like a green lotus. It didn't emit any crazy, destructive explosive power. Instead, it was filled with a heartwarming life force, forming circles of unique energy fluctuations. As if bathed in the power of the green flames, many underground plants began to grow crazily. Xia Ping also felt the great power of this flame. He seemed to feel that the vitality of his body was constantly increasing. His muscles, bones, meridians, and cells seemed to be constantly changing, surpassing the original level of life. Devour. Subconsciously, Xia Ping opened his mouth and swallowed the green lotus. At the same time, he operated the pure yang immortal art, forming a huge vortex inside his dantian. Rumble suddenly, this flame of life was immediately devoured by Xia Ping's body. All the power was absorbed and integrated into his limbs and bones. At the same time, hundreds of golden crow cells in his body seemed to be very excited, as if they had eaten a huge tonic. Their whole bodies were trembling. With a boom, countless fire elements in the void space began to burn, and a flame shadow of a divine bird suddenly appeared behind him. It burned wildly and crackled. Every golden crow cell was greedily absorbing the flame of life, trying to take this unique life force as their own and completely control it. So comfortable. Xia Ping could not help but moan. He felt as if he was soaking in a hot spring. His whole body was warm, as if he was a newborn baby soaking in amniotic fluid. It was extremely safe and comfortable. At this moment, his vitality was also constantly increasing. Although he did not know what had happened, he felt that his lifespan had been greatly increased, as if he had broken through the bottleneck of a mortal's lifespan. Dong! After an unknown amount of time, this green flame wandered around, passing through countless meridians along the way, and finally gathered in the dantian's dantian, becoming one. As a result, it turned into a green seed, lying quietly in the dantian's dantian, which was like a sea of fire and magma. It was surrounded by green light which warmed people's hearts. I did it. Xia Ping clenched his fists, and a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. He operated the pure yang immortal art, completely devouring the essence of this flame of life, and making it his own. Chapter 752. Boom! With a flip of Xia Ping's hand, a small cluster of green flames appeared on his right hand. It swayed like a flame and immediately emitted circles of green waves. It was full of green. It was as if the whole space had turned into a forest at this moment. He threw the wisp of flame out of the window and accurately threw it onto a small tree in the yard. Rustle! The wisp of green flame instantly integrated into the small tree. Immediately, the small tree seemed to have eaten some super tonic, and all the branches were shaking. Its whole body swelled rapidly, and the roots under the ground also extended crazily like a flood dragon. They went dozens of meters deep into the ground and absorbed the power of the earth. In just a few breaths, it grew from a height of 1 or 2 meters to a height of more than 10 or 20 meters. The trunk of the big tree also swelled several times, to the extent that 2 adults couldn't even hug it. Moreover, the branches and leaves were lush and full of green, like a tree god. What a powerful flame of life! It can not only refine the body and increase the lifespan. If this kind of flame is used to cultivate elixirs, it will be successful and get twice the result with half the effort. Xia Ping was secretly amazed. He had long known that the flame of life was a rare fire of heaven and earth, and it contained vigorous vitality. However, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't know the magic of this kind of flame. Now, it was just a small test, and it made a small tree grow into a towering tree, changing the nature of life. It was completely imaginable how magical this kind of flame was. It was extraordinary. If Xia Ping wanted to become a master of cultivating elixirs, he could become one immediately. After using the pure yang immortal incantation a few times and using the flame of life, he became more familiar with this kind of flame. If he continued to use it, he believed that he would soon reach the acme of perfection. Ha! When the flame of life circulated around his body, Xia Ping suddenly felt that something had happened to his body. With a snap, there seemed to be a shattering sound in the void. His strength was unprecedentedly strong, and his mental strength was extremely terrifying. Everything was developing in a good direction, but he didn't know why he felt a trace of weakness in his body. This was a sign of an unstable foundation. Could it be that my cultivation speed is too fast, and my foundation is finally unstable? Xia Ping's eyes revealed a trace of cold light. He knew that Vice Principal Lu Shuwen was not speaking without thinking. With the eyesight of an invincible king, even if they had only been in contact for a short period of time, he would probably be able to tell that there was something wrong with him. Perhaps it was because he had cultivated too quickly that there was a hidden danger in him. He immediately looked inside his body. His powerful spiritual energy permeated every meridian, every bone, every inch of muscle in his body. It even wanted to penetrate into every cell. Half an hour passed in an instant. As expected, there is still a hidden danger in my body. Finally, with the help of Xia Ping's powerful spiritual energy, he discovered some abnormalities in his body through his all-encompassing scan. There was a tiny crack on every bone. These cracks couldn't be seen with the naked eye, and they were even smaller than a strand of hair. Every inch of his muscles was slightly damaged. These were all left behind by previous battles. Even if he recovered every time, there would always be some small injuries that couldn't be healed. It was even to the extent that every meridian seemed to be extremely tough like cowhide, but there were still some scratches. Even though these scratches didn't seem to affect his body at all, and they were just like the scars on a human's body, but as his cultivation improved and he advanced to the peak of the Grandmaster realm, these scratches would increase as well. These scratches would increase along with his strength. At that time, these things would definitely become obstructions in his advancement to the king realm. This was the so-called damage to his foundation. Right, I have the Heaven Mend pill. Xia Ping took out a white porcelain bottle, and the Heaven Mend pill was sent over along with 2 linglong's transaction. With a snap, he took out the pill from the white porcelain bottle. It was a golden pill. It completely emanated a golden radiance, and it contained a powerful fluctuation of medicinal energy. So long as one took a whiff of it, one's entire body would feel comfortable and refreshed. He felt extremely fortunate that he had obtained a heaven-mend pill that could perfectly repair the damage to his foundation, condense the immaculate body, and advance to the perfect realm. Otherwise, he would be in great trouble in the long run. However, Vice Headmaster Lu Xuan had noticed this, and that was why he had asked him to agree to the transaction with the rabbit race. Probably, even if he hadn't made this transaction, this senior would have reminded him to obtain a similar pill to consolidate his foundation. However, now that an enemy had come to offer him help in his hour of need, he naturally wouldn't refuse this responsibility. Eat it and see what it feels like. When he thought up to here, Xia Ping immediately consumed the heaven-mend pill. He would have to eat this pill sooner or later, and it didn't matter when. When the heaven-mend pill entered his stomach, he circulated the pure yang everlasting technique, and the solar furnace in the depths of his dantian immediately erupted. It transformed into a terrifying magma vortex that instantly refined this peerless divine pill. Rumble. In an instant, the heaven-mend pill surged with a majestic medicinal energy. It was a golden aura that stretched out from the depths of his dantian, and it was like numerous golden snakes that wandered through every corner of his body. At this moment, his entire body seemed to be bathed in golden light, and it was like he was enveloped by a golden sun. It seemed shocking, and it was like a primeval god had awakened. How comfortable! Xia Ping could feel that this golden aura contained an unparalleled life force, as well as the ability to recover. Under the perception of his mental energy, the cracks on his body were rapidly mending. The cracks on his bones were mended, and the injuries on his muscles were healed. The traces of his meridians had also disappeared, and it was as though new cells had been formed. It was as though his body had been reborn. Under the tempering of the golden aura, the muscles and tissues had become even stronger. As expected of the heaven-mend pill, as expected of a peerless divine pill. Its effects are simply too good. At this moment, crackling sounds rang out from within Xia Ping's body. His muscles and bones rang out in unison, and it was like the roar of a tiger or leopard. This unique rhythm caused his bones to vibrate, and it penetrated deep into his marrow, producing an inconceivable and mysterious transformation. His body also became stronger step by step. The impurities in the deepest layer of his body also seeped out from the 108,000 pores of his body, transforming into a black substance that was expelled from his body. The surrounding rooms also emitted an unbearable stench, as though it was rotten food that had been smelling for more than 10 days. It was also like a garbage dump that hadn't been cleaned for tens of years, causing one to feel nauseous. If someone were to enter this cultivation room at this moment, they would definitely vomit from the stench. This was also very normal. After all, these black substances were the impurities in the deepest layer of the human body. They were impurities that were produced by eating food, practicing martial arts, and exercising for many years. And these unique impurities were very difficult for the human body to expel, so they were left behind. After accumulating over a long period of time, they became extremely terrifying. Chapter 753. No way, am I going to break through? Xia Ping's eyes lit up. When all the impurities in his body were expelled, the energy of the sky-mending pill was still very abundant. It flowed around the meridians and poured into the sea of qi in his dantian like the sea. The gang qi in his body vibrated like the raging wind and thunder, rumbling. The majestic gang qi crazily rushed into the spiritual acupoints in his body, trying to break through to a higher realm. Because he had made up for the foundation of martial arts and eliminated the impurities, it was easier for him to break through. It was like a straight road, without any detours, and he could move forward in a straight line. Bang! 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 In a few breaths, his body was shaking, and the acupoints were broken by the terrifying gang qi one by one, so that the acupoints formed a vortex of gang qi, containing more gang qi energy. 1, 2, 3. In the end, the speed of breaking through was getting faster and faster, and he broke through 12 acupoints in one go. The second sky of the supreme power realm. I broke through. Xia Ping was neither happy nor sad. He felt that his breakthrough was simply a matter of course. With a peerless divine pill like the sky-mending pill, which contained a majestic medicinal power, it was a piece of cake for him to break through 12 acupoints in a row and reach the second sky of the supreme power realm in one fell swoop. If it weren't for the fact that most of the medicinal power of the sky-mending pill was used to repair the damage on his body, it was estimated that he could be promoted to the third sky of the supreme power realm with this kind of medicinal power alone. But even so, it was still very amazing. Many masters at the first sky of the supreme power realm sometimes couldn't break through to the second sky of the supreme power realm for several years. After all, it would take a lot of effort to break through 12 acupoints just by absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was extremely difficult even for a supreme power to obtain the precious comprehension of heaven and earth. If they couldn't improve their cultivation speed, they could only struggle in this realm and couldn't break through for decades. What a powerful force, and what a strong gang chi. Xia Ping smiled slightly. The gang chi in his body was surging like the sea. It seemed that at this moment, his every move was like an ancient fierce beast, containing extremely strong power. Obviously, his strength and gang chi had also been greatly improved after he reached the second sky of the supreme power realm. Dong! He punched out, and his stellar energy tore through the air. The force penetrated the back of the paper, and the force was strong and fierce. It was as if the thunder god was roaring above the 9 heavens, and the surrounding air exploded. In the training room, a titanium alloy wall 100 meters away was immediately blasted a big hole by the gang chi. It was as fragile as tofu, and there was no sound of an explosion. It was easily penetrated. Even some of the steel was shattered into pieces. Boom! Xia Ping stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. The entire villa seemed to shake more than a dozen times. Some of the small items in the villa fell down, and the glass windows were shattered, making crackling sounds. It was as if there were tens of thousands of horses galloping, and the tremors caused the surrounding several kilometers to feel a terrifying shockwave. The shockwave rippled out for several kilometers, and even the air seemed to solidify. There were also some elite students living in the surroundings. When they sensed this strange ripple, they were given a big fright. They didn't know what had happened to them, but they were shaken to the point where their blood and chi were roiling. And the entire villa's protection system was temporarily turned off by Xia Ping. Otherwise, the alarm alone would be extremely annoying, and there might even be Grandmaster guards dispatched. This is the Grandmaster realm. Returning to one's natural state, with infinite power. One punch is like the birth of a dragon, invincible. Xia Ping clenched his fists, feeling his Grandmaster's energy vibrating, as if a dragon was hibernating in his body. He now knew why a Grandmaster was a humanoid missile. It was equivalent to a small army, and they could fight against countless elite human weapons with their bare hands. They could be called killing machines. With such power, if an ordinary martial artist encountered a Grandmaster, they would not be able to resist at all. With a single punch, he could turn dozens of martial artists into minced meat, turning them into dust. Even if a missile landed, as long as they circulated their gang chi, they could withstand it. All the explosive shockwaves would be transmitted to the ground, and they would be instantly neutralized. It would not hurt them in the slightest. Even if they advanced to the Grandmaster realm, their speed would be extremely fast. When they controlled their gang chi, their speed would exceed the speed of sound. It was simply impossible for ordinary missiles to track a Grandmaster. It was estimated that if they wanted to kill a Grandmaster, they would need at least thousands of missiles to carry out a blanket and saturated attack. In addition, only warship weapons such as laser cannons, laser guns, energy cannons, and other super-standard weapons could kill a Grandmaster. However, I'm only at the second heaven of the Grandmaster realm. There's still a long way to go before I reach the real Grandmaster peak. Xia Ping clenched his fists, full of fighting spirit. He believed that if he continued to cultivate like this, he would be promoted to the Grandmaster peak sooner or later. Even becoming a king was his real starting point. This was just a transitional period. It stinks. My body really stinks. Are these the impurities eliminated by the buttian pill? It's so smelly. I'd better take a bath. Xia Ping also noticed that his body was as stinky as a beggar's. It was a smell that made him want to vomit. He immediately ran his qigong to temporarily shut off his sense of smell. Otherwise, he would probably faint from the stench. Splash! At this time, in the bathroom, Xia Ping stood under a shower. A large amount of water hit him, and the black substance was quickly expelled from the bathroom with the impact of the water and into the sewer. His body had also been cleansed and became clean. At this moment, Xia Ping's body had become extremely perfect, as if every inch of his muscles had been carefully carved. Even the sculpture buildings of ancient Rome were no better than this, in line with the golden ratio. His body's skin was also faintly emitting a white and holy light. It was like a piece of white jade, and his whole body was like glass, seemingly without any impurities. There was even a strange fragrance in the air, which was charming and emitted from Xia Ping's body. Spotless body. Xia Ping immediately knew that after he took the peerless divine pill, buttian pill, his body had evolved into the perfect form of the spotless body. There were no impurities in his body, and his martial arts foundation was extremely solid. Therefore, his body was like white jade, smooth as glass, and emitted bursts of strange fragrance. This was the performance of martial artists who had cultivated their body to a very high level. It was like some Buddhist monks who had condensed the golden arhat body and had sarira. Their bodies emitted the smell of Buddha sandalwood. When they walked, the fragrance of Buddha sandalwood filled the surrounding thousands of miles. Mortals seemed to be bathed in the glory of Buddha. They immediately surrendered and could not extricate themselves. Getting the buttian pill is the right thing to do. Xia Ping smiled slightly. After cultivating the spotless body, his road to becoming a grandmaster would be smooth. He did not need to worry about his foundation being damaged and stagnating. Without the buttian pill, he did not know how much time he would have wasted. Chapter 754. Beep. Immediately, Xia Ping called Liang Quan, the supervisor of the giant company. Brother Xia, I didn't expect you to call me. What's the matter? Supervisor Liang Quan quickly picked up the phone and was very enthusiastic. There was nothing he could do. Xia Ping was now an influential figure in the cloud realm. In recent times, there were probably not many people who were more famous than him. After all, there were not many people who dared to auction off the demon race's geniuses in public. Furthermore, he had passed the trial in the celestial demon battlefield and successfully advanced to the master realm. Xia Ping was already a big shot on the same level as him. If he graduated now, he could immediately enter a martial arts force to become a senior and grasp power. He also knew that if he could become a grandmaster at such a young age, the probability of him becoming a king was very high. Right now, he could still stand on the same level as this young man. However, after a period of time, it would be extremely difficult for him to even see this young prodigy. Liang Quan was also very emotional. Although he knew that Xia Ping was not a simple person and would definitely become one of the leaders of the human race in the future, he did not expect him to climb up so quickly. This was beyond his imagination. Xia Ping didn't bother exchanging pleasantries with Liang Quan. He went straight to the point and said, I want to purchase a super battleship from the giant company. What? Upon hearing this, Liang Quan was greatly shocked. Before, he had only been bragging to Xia Ping about having a battleship that was the crystallization of humanity's most advanced technology. However, it was extremely expensive, and even king tiers would not be willing to buy it for a long time. As for grandmasters, there was no need to even mention them. Now, this brat actually came to buy it. He didn't doubt that Xia Ping could afford it. After all, the auction just now had not ended for long. Those who paid attention to this matter knew that this kid had earned at least 6 trillion federal coins. Just this amount alone was enough to buy a super battleship. No problem. Liang Quan didn't waste any time and said, however, 5 trillion federal coins is only enough to buy the basic configuration of a super battleship. If you want to carry out modifications and enhance powerful offensive and defensive weapons, I'm afraid you'll have to pay more. Hearing this, Xia Ping's eyes lit up. That's not a problem, but if I want to add a weapon that can kill kings, how much would that cost? Killing a king? The corner of Liang Quan's mouth twitched. He was speechless as he sighed in his heart. This kid was only at the evolved master realm, and he was already thinking of killing a king realm cultivator. As expected, it was extremely savage. When he had just become a grandmaster, he didn't even dare to think about such a thing. He revered kings as if they were gods. There is a weapon called the laser cannon. Liang Quan coughed and continued, once this high-tech weapon is activated, it will immediately release a ray of death that contains destructive energy. If I fire dozens of death rays consecutively, normal kings will be torn to shreds, and not even their bones will be left. However, if I were to encounter an invincible king, this weapon wouldn't be of much use. After all, a king at that level would be able to resist a nuclear bomb with their bare hands and come out unscathed. They would be like gods. Xia Ping also nodded. He knew that the gap between normal kings and invincible kings was too big. An invincible king could slaughter a group of normal kings. Weapons that could deal with normal kings would not be able to deal with invincible kings. However, invincible kings were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns in the entire cloud world. To meet such a person, one would have to win the lottery. The probability was too low. It's enough. It's good enough to kill normal kings. Xia Ping didn't care about this. Liang Quan nodded. If we add this weapon to the battleship's defense, plus the many interior modifications, it might cost another 2 trillion federal coins. His heart twitched as he said this. The basic configuration of a battleship that could travel through space was already worth 5 trillion. With the addition of the many modifications, 2 trillion would be a total of 7 trillion. Even a king would be dumbfounded at this price. Who knew how many years it would take to earn this amount back? Right, there's also the energy. Liang Quan continued, every time the battleship is activated to travel through space, it will consume 10 billion federal coins worth of energy. Even the energy used to activate the laser cannon will cost tens of billions. Therefore, the energy consumption of this battleship is probably not a small amount. He looked at Xia Ping cautiously, because even he felt that this number was terrifying. Traversing through the void required 10 billion. If he traveled 10 times, wouldn't it be hundreds of billions? If he took an ordinary spacecraft, according to this price, he would probably vomit and not be able to finish it all. Even if the speed of an ordinary spacecraft was a bit slow, it was not that expensive. Why did kings feel the pinch of buying a super battleship? It was because buying this battleship for several trillion was just the beginning. There were maintenance fees, the cost of one activation, and the cost of operating the weapon system. No matter which one it was, it would be an astronomical amount. This was not a battleship but a super huge money pit. If an ordinary king bought such a super battleship, they would probably go bankrupt just to maintain this battleship. At that time, they would not need to cultivate anymore. Just the maintenance fees of the battleship would exhaust them. Therefore, an ordinary king would not buy such an expensive toy even if they were beaten to death. It's fine. First, reserve 2 trillion federal coins worth of energy. It's a small amount. Xia Ping was very rich. Since he had bought a super battleship, he naturally knew how shocking the maintenance fees would be. Just like the aircraft carriers on Earth in his previous life, every activation cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars. Even if they lay in the harbor without moving, they would still need to spend millions of dollars every month. This was not a superpower, so how could they afford it? Fortunately, he had money. He had cheated many monster kings of 7 trillion federal coins and the Hua family of 500 billion. In addition to his previous savings, he had a total of 9 trillion. This money was enough for him to use for a very long time. Moreover, he had 4 king-level peerless secret manuals. If someone wanted to learn them, they would have to spend 10 billion federal coins. If 100 people wanted to learn them, it would be 1 trillion. This was also a money-printing machine that could create an endless stream of money. Therefore, he was not short of money at all. Small amount? Hearing this, Liang Quan was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. As a peak grandmaster and the director of the giant company, he had worked hard for decades and only earned a few 100 billion federal coins. This was already considered rich. However, this kid casually took out a few trillion federal coins. He did not treat money as money at all. If Xia Ping was from a king family, it would be fine. However, this kid came from an ordinary background and earned all this money by himself. This made him feel even more depressed. Liang Quan felt that he had lived his life like a dog. Chapter 755. Several days later. Yanhuang University's elite district, Xia Ping's villa. Rumble at this moment, a small silver battleship suddenly appeared in the sky. Its body was streamlined, and its outer shell was made of extremely expensive high molecular materials. Even a grandmaster's attack wouldn't be able to leave a mark on it. It looked full of sci-fi, like a goddess under the moonlight, emitting a dazzling silver light. Not long after, it directly landed on the flat ground of the villa's vast back garden. They're finally here. Xia Ping received the news and had been waiting in the back garden for a long time. He stared at the flying battleship, his eyes filled with a fiery gaze. With a bang, the battleship's door opened, and 2 people walked out. One of them was the manager, Liang Quan. However, the person in the lead was an old man wearing a white robe. His aura was like an abyss, and when he walked over, he was like a living Tyrannosaurus Rex. His body contained immeasurable energy, causing people to tremble. However, seeing this old man in white, Xia Ping was clearly shocked. Elder Fang. He immediately recognized this old man in white. He was the big boss of the giant company who had recruited him, Fang Ru. He was a king-level super expert, and his strength was unfathomable. Ever since that time, Xia Ping hadn't seen Elder Fang again. He didn't expect to see him again here. Haha, little friend, you didn't expect to see me again here, right? Elder Fang laughed and greeted Xia Ping. His aura was very strong, and it was as if a field had formed with his body as the center. It was enough to distort the air and create illusions. Elder Fang, why are you here? Xia Ping asked curiously. For such a big character to personally come to deliver a super battleship, wasn't this a little too much? It's on the way. The main thing is that I have something to discuss with you. Elder Fang smiled. However, you should inspect the goods first. This is a super battleship that can open wormholes and travel through space. Even among kings, there aren't many who have such a battleship. You've struck it big this time. He was very emotional. Before this, he didn't expect Xia Ping to have grown to such a stage and become a grandmaster. Even his wealth was so strong that ordinary kings couldn't compare to him. If it was someone with a powerful background, he could imagine it. However, this kid relied on his own strength to get to where he was, step by step. Every sum of money was earned by himself. Every year, the giant company would recruit many elites. But compared to this brat, they were all trash. You're too kind, Elder Fang. I was just lucky enough to earn some money, Xia Ping said modestly. The corner of Liang Quan's mouth twitched. This wasn't what this brat had said before. He had acted like he was rich and overbearing, treating money like dirt. Now, he was saying that he had left. Damn it, this brat's skin was so thick that there was no end to it. Serves him right for making money. Haha, earning so much money isn't something that can be explained by luck. But let's not talk about that now. Liang Quan, why don't you explain the abilities of this battleship? Fang Ru said to Liang Quan. Yes. Liang Quan immediately went forward and explained, this battleship is similar to the Radiant God you bought before. It's operated by AI, and it's equipped with the world's top photon computer. There are tens of rooms inside that can accommodate hundreds of people. There's a bathroom, a living room, a gravity training room, a sauna, a movie theater, and so on. As long as you can think of entertainment facilities, it'll be there. Of course, these things are just minor details. The important thing is that this battleship's defense system is also very powerful. It can erect an energy shield that even an elite adept wouldn't be able to break through. Even if hundreds of missiles were to attack it, it wouldn't be damaged at all. At the same time, it can also use ordinary flight mode. Its speed can exceed 30 times the speed of sound and is several times faster than ordinary flying ships. If it can travel through space, its speed will be even faster. At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, the most shocking thing about this battleship is its attack system. It's equipped with laser cannons. Once it's activated, its power is boundless and can form a death ray that can even kill kings. Liang Quan was extremely envious. If he could obtain this battleship, there was no place in the world he couldn't go to. He wouldn't even need to be afraid of the threats of those kings. But the price of such a battleship was too shocking. He didn't know how many years it would take before he could afford it. He only wanted to look at it to satisfy his craving. Not bad, not bad. Xia Ping was very satisfied. This battleship had two flight modes. The first was ordinary flight mode. If the distance was too short, it would directly fly. This way, it could save energy. The second was space travel. This was suitable for long-distance flight and could save time. Now, as long as you enter and drip a drop of your blood on the battleship, the genetic information of your entire body will be scanned and this battleship will recognize you as its master. At that time, no matter where you throw it, without your order, no one would be able to use it. Liang Quan indicated that the anti-theft system of this battleship was extremely shocking. It was basically impossible to lose it. Even if others boarded this battleship, without Xia Ping's permission, they wouldn't be able to use it. Xia Ping nodded. He was even more satisfied now. All right. At this moment, Feng Ru spoke, since you know the general information of this battleship, that's enough. If you want to familiarize yourself with it, you will have plenty of time in the future. Now, let's talk about you being promoted to a core employee of the giant company. Core employee. Xia Ping blinked his eyes as great waves surged in his heart. He knew how great the benefits of becoming a core employee of the giant company were. It was equivalent to having one foot in the upper echelons of the giant company and starting to grasp all sorts of authority. But before this, he was just an official employee. There was still a long way to go before he could become a core employee. Yes, a core employee. Feng Ru smiled. You don't have to worry about anything. Now that you are the champion of the genius competition and have even broken through to the elite adept realm, becoming a core employee of the giant company is only natural. The board of directors has passed this resolution. In order to commend your contributions to the giant company, the company has decided to give you a huge reward. Reward? Xia Ping instantly laughed. What he loved the most were rewards. In any case, as long as he was given money, it would be a good thing no matter what. The first reward is to allow you to unconditionally read the internal martial arts manuals of the giant company. Moreover, all of them are free of charge. You can learn as you please, Feng Ru said. All of them were free of charge. Liang Quan was so jealous that his intestines turned green. For an elite adept like him, even if he became a core employee of the giant company, he would still have to spend a large amount of money to read the internal martial arts manuals of the giant company. But this brat actually gave them free of charge and could even read them unconditionally. This was simply infuriating. The second reward is 10 bottles of Spirit Yuan pills, Feng Ru continued. What? Liang Quan stared at Feng Ru in disbelief. That was because Spirit Yuan pills were pills that elite adepts urgently needed. They contained a boundless amount of medicinal energy, and consuming one would be able to save several months of cultivation time. Chapter 756. Although Liang Quan knew that the giant company regarded Xiaoping highly, he didn't expect it to be so extravagant. It was unknown how much better Xiaoping's treatment was compared to the other members of the giant company. Even for someone like him who didn't care about fame and fortune, when he heard these rewards, he couldn't help but feel jealous. There's still the third reward, which is the final reward. It's a special treasure, Rui mask. Feng Ru took out a golden mask. It was as thin as a cicada's wings and emitted a faint golden glow. This mask was engraved with complicated and profound inscriptions. Countless lines could be seen, containing a mysterious power. Rui mask. Xiaoping blinked. He could instinctively sense that this mask wasn't simple. Feng Ru smiled. This mask isn't simple. It's a mysterious treasure dug out from some ruins. Once you wear it, you can change your appearance, body shape, and even your aura. Also, it has a certain degree of defense. What? Xiaoping was shocked as he stared at the mask. If he could change his appearance, body shape, and aura, wouldn't he be able to instantly transform into a different person? Ordinary human skin masks could change one's appearance, but they couldn't change one's body. They also couldn't change one's aura. It was very easy for experts to track them down. Back then, this mask was stolen once. Feng Ru spoke in a heavy voice. It was stolen by someone with ulterior motives. In the end, he committed hundreds of crimes such as robbery, murder, rape, theft, etc. Relying on this mask, after he committed crimes, no one would be able to track him down. Even his appearance was unknown. He lived a free and unfettered life for tens of years. At the same time, he gained a lot of wealth and lived a life of luxury, becoming a super-rich man. In the end, if it wasn't for the Federation police setting up a trap to capture him, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to catch him. Hence, this treasure is extremely important. It must not be stolen by others. He reminded Xiaoping. Right. Xiaoping nodded and stretched his hand out to receive the golden mask. At that moment, he felt his aura fusing with the mask. Even his sense of existence became much dimmer. You've really put a lot of thought into this. Liang Quan, who was at the side, sighed ruefully. How could he not tell that the reason why the giant company was willing to give this treasure to Xiaoping was because they were worried that Xiaoping would die before he became a king? After all, he had brazenly auctioned off the demon clan's heaven's pride and had already been blacklisted by the demon clan. If he were to let his guard down, he would immediately be killed by the demon clan's assassins. In fact, if they left the human territory, the demon king would personally take action. In order to protect Xiaoping's life and prevent him from being killed by the monster king, he took out this treasure. At that time, as long as Xiaoping was careful and changed his appearance, no matter how cunning the monster kings were, they would not be able to kill Xiaoping and could easily escape. Sure. Seeing Xiaoping accept the compliance mask, Feng Ru smiled. Since you've accepted the reward, it's time to get down to business. Isn't this a serious matter? Xiaoping said. Feng Ru shook his head. Of course not. Actually, I came here to invite you to one of the cities ruled by the giant company, Giant City. Now, you have the right to contribute to humanity. Giant City? Xiaoping was shocked. He knew that this city was located in the Endless Sea. It was a super city built on a huge island above the Endless Sea. This city was equivalent to the real headquarters of the giant company. It was also the bridgehead that humans placed in the Endless Sea. It was responsible for resisting the many races in the Endless Sea and faced fierce battles every day. Don't think that the Cloud Realm was very safe just because they had reached a peace agreement with the Demon Clan. In fact, the real threat came from the Endless Sea. Until now, humans did not know how big the sea there was. It was impossible to explore its end. There were many monsters in the depths of the sea, hundreds or even thousands of times more than those on land. If these monsters came out from the depths of the Endless Sea, they would cause endless disasters. Fortunately, these deep-sea monsters were not used to living on land. So, unless something unexpected happened, they would not come to land. Even so, there were still many fish that escaped the net. These sea monsters would attack the human cities in the coastal areas from time to time, causing huge casualties. After advancing to the Grandmaster level, no matter how young one is, he is already a mature warrior. He can fight against many threats from the outside world, Feng said. At this level, he can no longer stay in his nest. He should come out and fight with other races, sharpen his martial arts skills, and forge an invincible path to become a king. He said that if Xia Ping continued to stay in Yanhuang University, his progress would be quite small. After all, humans and the demon clan had reached a peace agreement. Both sides lived in peace. If there were no accidents, the next few decades would be peaceful, and there would be no war. Although it was a good thing for most humans, it was not a good thing for grandmasters. If one did not fight with strong enemies and understand the mysteries of martial arts at the moment of life and death, he would not be able to raise his cultivation to a higher realm. As the saying went, born in sorrow, die in peace. Only in a cruel area like the Endless Sea, where there were wars at every moment, was the best place for grandmasters to sharpen their martial arts. Once they survived, their future was limitless. In fact, most of the human grandmasters went to the Endless Sea to fight with the Sea Demon clan and sharpen their martial arts. Although a lot of people had died, those who survived were all elites and powerhouses. Moreover, you've offended many demon kings. If you continue to stay in this place, it will be difficult for you to move an inch. Who knows how many demon assassins want your life? You'll be living in fear all the time. How can you cultivate in peace? Feng said, but the Endless Sea is different. It is the territory of countless marine races, and the demon clan's forces cannot touch it. You can grow up peacefully in that place. He described the various benefits of going to the City of Giants. Okay, I'll go. Xia Ping clenched his fists, full of fighting spirit. Indeed, as Elder Feng said, if he continued to stay here, he would only be monitored by the demon kings. It was better to leave. If a true dragon stayed in the pond, it would degenerate into a jiao sooner or later. Its real stage should be the Endless Sea, which could accommodate such a true dragon. 3 days later, Xia Ping also became a core student of Yanhuang University. After taking care of all his matters, one morning, he secretly piloted the newly obtained warship, Moon God, and left Yanhuang University. His action did not alarm anyone, and it was silent. Boom. Chapter 757. Meanwhile, in the Hua family mansion, many elders of the Hua family were gathered together, and the Hua family patriarch, Hua Yongming, had an extremely gloomy expression on his face. Patriarch. A subordinate came up to report, Xia Ping has already left Yanhuang University. Already left? Hua Yongming couldn't help but clench his fists. Although that brat thought that he had left without a sound, the truth was that he had already sent people to monitor him at all times. Even if it was a fly leaving the villa, they would know it clearly. Patriarch, immediately send someone to kill him, kill him. An elder of the Hua family roared. He was furious. These days, they had suffered heavy losses because of Xia Ping. The fast food restaurant, which was supposed to be the Hua family's money printing machine, was now on the verge of closing down because of that kid. Although they had used all kinds of means to settle the matter, they had barely managed to calm it down. However, it was impossible for them to return to their heyday. Their business had also plummeted. One could imagine how much they hated Xia Ping. They simply wanted to burn his bones and scatter his ashes. There's no hurry. Keep an eye on him first. Hua Yongming clenched his fists. Right now, the giant company is paying close attention to him. The guards around him are very strong. It won't be easy to send someone to kill him in a short period of time. Also, this matter is extremely important and cannot be leaked out. If the giant company finds out, our Hua clan will face a calamity. We must be careful. Many elders of the Hua clan felt a chill run down their spines. They knew how terrifying the giant corporation was. If the giant corporation knew that the Hua clan had sent people to kill Xiaoping, they would definitely seek revenge. Even kings had to die. Don't worry, Patriarch. That brat will definitely head to the city of giants. An elder of the Hua family said through gritted teeth. I've already informed the many members of the Hua family in Giant City to keep an eye on Xiaoping. If anything happens to this kid, we'll report it to you immediately. A cold light flashed in Hua Yongming's eyes. He would never let go of the culprit who caused the Hua clan to suffer so much. He wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Of course, he didn't intend to make a move himself this time. Instead, he decided to shift the blame to someone else. As long as this brat's whereabouts were leaked to the Thousand Goblin Mountain, the group of goblin kings who hated Xiaoping to the bone would swarm out. At that time, tearing this brat to shreds would be as easy as flipping one's hand. He didn't need to do anything at all. He could just stay out of it. This way, the giant company wouldn't be able to find a reason to take revenge on him. Just you wait, you actually dare to offend my Hua clan. I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Hua Yongming's killing intent soared. He clenched his fists so tightly that his veins popped out. At this time, Xiaoping's moon god ship had already arrived above the Endless Sea. This is the Endless Sea? Xiaoping sat in the cockpit of the moon god ship and looked out at the scenery outside. He suddenly felt that the ocean was boundless and boundless. Any living creature would be incomparably insignificant in such a sea. Dong, a scarlet octopus emerged from the sea. It was huge, and its tentacles were dancing wildly. Each tentacle was a kilometer long. It was simply a deep-sea monster. Its tentacles were like missiles, hunting in the sea. Monsters were pierced by its tentacles one after another, and a large amount of blood burst out. Then, it opened its mouth wide and swallowed them. In just a few breaths, the octopus had swallowed several tons of strange fish. Hong, at this moment, an incomparably huge shark emerged from the deep sea. Its body was 2 to 3 kilometers long and was covered in malevolent scales. It revealed its sharp teeth. These teeth were incomparably hard and were even more terrifying than diamonds. With a single bite, it had a bite force of several hundred tons. No matter what it was, it could tear everything into pieces. It was incomparably ferocious and seemed to treat this octopus as its prey. It pounced forward, opened its mouth, and bit towards the body of this octopus. Ah! That octopus was caught off guard. Instantly, more than 10 tentacles were bitten off. Fresh blood flowed everywhere as it let out a mournful cry. Its blood dyed the entire sea red. However, this octopus wasn't to be outdone. The tentacles that were bitten off actually rapidly regenerated. They danced wildly in the sea, and the tentacles transformed into spears that instantly pierced through the body of the shark. Roar! 2 deep-sea monsters were fighting. It was an earth-shattering battle. Waves covered the sky and engulfed the earth. The surrounding monsters were all jolted to death, their bellies flipped over as they floated in the sea. It seemed that every collision would produce a terrifying sound wave. Such fluctuations could be felt within a radius of tens of miles. Huge waves were swept up, enough to overturn an aircraft carrier. However, just as these two monsters were fighting, suddenly, in the deep sea, a huge black shadow appeared, covering more than 10 kilometers of the sea. Splash! Suddenly, a whale with a body length of 20 to 30 kilometers emerged from the sea. Its aura was earth-shattering. This octopus and shark were like babies in front of this deep-sea whale. Dong! That deep-sea whale didn't even look at them. It opened its mouth and swallowed. The sea turned into a shocking whirlpool, producing a terrifying suction force. In an instant, that octopus and shark were swallowed by this deep-sea whale like snacks. It didn't even have the intention to chew. After doing all this, it didn't seem to feel that it was anything. It swayed its tail and swam towards the deep sea. At this moment, the sea was dyed red with blood. Countless strange fish had died. In the distance, a group of piranhas swam over quickly and devoured the corpses of these strange fish. Not a single one was left. It seems that this sea is very dangerous. I have to be careful. Xia Ping blinked. He could feel that the strength of these deep-sea monsters was no less than that of a king. Once they went crazy, they could devour and slaughter a coastal city. However, such deep-sea monsters were eaten as snacks by that whale. They didn't even have the ability to struggle. Moreover, there was probably more than one such monster. There were many more of them. No wonder the endless sea had never been conquered. It was full of danger. With such a large number of terrifying monsters, who could conquer this sea? Fortunately, he was flying in the warship. If he was sailing on the sea, he would have been killed by these deep-sea monsters. Let's go to the giant city. Xia Ping quickly recovered and became cautious. He knew that this sea was unprecedentedly dangerous. It was not comparable to any place he had been before. If he was not careful, even a king would die in this place. Whoosh! The moon god flew quickly. In less than 10 minutes, the warship flew to a huge island. This island was extremely large, equivalent to 100 times the size of Yanhuang University. Moreover, there were all kinds of high-rise buildings. It was extremely prosperous. There were countless spaceships in the sky. It was extremely busy. There were also a large number of ships sailing on the sea. People came and went. It was extremely lively. Private spaceships, please come over here. This is the landing place for private spaceships. Please follow the traffic rules. A clear voice sounded in all directions. Under the guidance of the other party, Xia Ping followed a route and landed on the airport of this city. Dong! Chapter 758. What? Xia Ping was taken aback. He didn't expect that a spaceship would lose control and crash into his ship. He could clearly hear the screams of many people around the airport. They didn't dare to watch this dangerous traffic accident, thinking that it will cause a huge disaster. Lost control? No, this isn't losing control. Xia Ping's eyes flashed with a cold light because he could see that this black spaceship is heading straight for his moon god. If it was losing control, it would definitely break. The problem is that this black spaceship is different. It has a target. It seems to be aiming at him, planning to collide with his moon god. It's vicious. Interesting. I'll let you crash into me. Let's see what tricks you can play. Xia Ping wasn't worried at all. His moon god is a battleship, a spaceship that costs trillions to buy. Its defense is extremely strong. Even if it were to face hundreds of missiles at the same time, it wouldn't be damaged in the slightest. If he had to make a comparison, it would be that his spaceship is a tank, and the other party is a broken bicycle. The other party actually dared to crash into him like this. It's suicidal. In the blink of an eye, the black spaceship crashed into him. Xia Ping also activated the moon god's defense system, immediately setting up a transparent energy shield on the surface of the spaceship. Bang! Suddenly, a huge sound wave shook the surroundings, as if it vibrated thousands of times. The terrifying impact hit the moon god, causing the surrounding air to condense and disperse in all directions. This energy turned into swords, cutting the ground and leaving shocking marks. Many nearby spaceships were cut by this energy, leaving a lot of marks on them. However, the moon god didn't move at all. The terrifying impact was weakened by the defense of the energy shield. In the end, it dissipated between heaven and earth. The black spaceship, on the other hand, was not so lucky. It suffered such a strong impact, and a huge dent immediately appeared on it. With a cracking sound, some of the internal components were destroyed, and the people inside were shaken to the point of disorientation. Even the core engine of the spaceship was overloaded, emitting a lot of smoke as if it was about to explode. The two spaceships stopped on the ground, next to each other. A huge pit appeared on the ground, and thick smoke rose. Obviously, this is a huge traffic accident. Many people saw the situation and surrounded them. At the same time, the airport police also appeared to maintain order. The fire brigade also came to extinguish the flames caused by the spaceship to prevent a fire. Pa! Xia Ping opened the hatch and walked down from the moon god. The hatch of the other party's black private spaceship also opened, and a young man in a white suit appeared. He had oily hair, combed back, and polished leather shoes. His eyes seemed to grow on his forehead, and he didn't look anyone in the eye. He was followed by more than a dozen followers, and just like that, he walked out of the black private spacecraft. At this time, many curious people also gathered around, wanting to know what was going on. They surrounded the area. Do you have eyes in your head? You actually came crashing down from the sky. Do you want to die? Xia Ping stared at the man in the white suit and immediately questioned him with a stern tone. It's none of your business. The man in the white suit said disdainfully, the sky is so big. I, Hua Zhen, can go wherever I want. If I kill you, I'll just have to compensate you. That's nothing. He acted like he was rich and didn't care about money at all. Hua Zhen. You're from the Hua family. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes and looked at the man in the white suit. The man in the white suit sneered, that's right, I'm from the Hua family. Thanks for your care previously, you caused chaos in the entire Hua family and caused us to suffer huge losses. You have guts. Today, I'm just saying hello. You'd better be careful when you walk in the future. Sooner or later, a car will hit you and kill you. He threatened without the slightest scruple. The reason why he drove the spacecraft over was obviously because he knew that the owner of the spacecraft was Xia Ping. Hua Zhen also remembered the grudge between the Hua family and Xia Ping. Therefore, he immediately gave the order to crash Xia Ping's spacecraft to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take this lying down. Police, did you hear what he said? He's driving with malicious intent. I suggest that we arrest him and lock him up for a few hundred years, Xia Ping said to the police who had rushed over. What? The man in the white suit, Hua Zhen, heard this and his face turned green. This kid was very vicious. He even wanted to call the police to arrest him and lock him up for a few hundred years. He clearly wanted to kill him. If he really succeeded, his life would be completely over. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, Police, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. I was just joking. This time, it was purely an accident. I absolutely didn't have the slightest intention of murder. He swore to the heavens that it was an accident. After all, an accident and malicious murder were simply two different crimes. Whether it was an accident or not, the police will naturally investigate. However, you violated the traffic law and made a mistake, causing this serious traffic accident. You need to compensate for all the losses. The police said in a deep voice. He expressed that Hua Zhen would take full responsibility. It doesn't matter. This is a small matter. No matter how much it costs, I can afford it. The man in the white suit, Hua Zhen, sneered. Any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem. Moreover, how much money would it cost to repair a private spacecraft? A few $100 million federal coins would be the limit. Chapter 759. 70 billion. Hearing this number, the group of onlookers was so scared that their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Hua Zhen wasn't the only one who was completely shocked. Everyone present was shocked. If they had to pay 70 billion federal dollars, they might as well just buy a new spaceship. After all, the top private spaceship, the Luminous God, was only worth 40 to 50 billion federal dollars. But now, they had to pay 70 billion just for a collision. If this wasn't robbery, then what was? Blackmail, this is clearly blackmail. Hua Zhen couldn't help but scream. This kid wants to work with the insurance company to extort money from me. How brazen! How dare he do this? Police, you see how vile their behavior is. They are simply defying the law and the police. They don't care about you at all. He immediately put a few labels on Xiaoping for contempt of the law. Don't show off here if you don't have money, Xiaoping said disdainfully. Didn't you say that no matter how much money you have, you can afford it? Are you still a descendant of the Hua family with such a small amount of money? Bullshit. Hua Jin cursed. 70 billion, that's a whole 70 billion. Do you think it's $700? Even a grandmaster would vomit blood if he lost 70 billion. Do you think this is a small amount? The Hua family is rich, but you can't scam us like this. Do you think the Hua family is your ATM? You can just enter a few passwords and take away a bunch of money? Let me tell you, there's no way you can scam me. Police, hurry up and arrest these scammers and lock them up for a few decades. Hua Jin was so angry that his nose was crooked. This was the first time in his life that he had met such a bastard. He casually bumped into this guy's spaceship and now he had to pay 70 billion. Was there such a logic in this world? Sir, please explain. Are you really trying to extort money from me? You should know that this is a very serious violation of the law. The police looked at Xiaoping and the insurance manager very seriously. The insurance manager immediately said, Sir, this is not blackmail. It's a compensation amount that was calculated after a series of rigorous calculations. Even if we go to court, we can still win the case. He expressed that he was not blackmailing them. Win your ass. Hua Jin was infuriated. Do you think we're stupid? Do you think we'll believe you just because you said a few words? Just a touch and the skin didn't even break, yet you want me to compensate you 70 billion? You still say this is a meticulous plan? Why don't you just die? He had finally seen what it meant to be a thick-skinned person. This was the kind of person who would lie through their teeth. Even if they were trying to blackmail someone, they shouldn't be like this. Mr. Hua, perhaps you still don't know what you hit. The insurance manager said solemnly, this is no ordinary private spaceship, but a super battleship, the culmination of human technology. Its cost is 7 trillion federal coins. What? When the people around heard these words, their faces turned green and they were scared half to death. Such a spaceship looked ordinary on the outside, but the construction cost was as high as 7 trillion federal coins. Hua Jin's mind went blank from the shock. Such a super battleship was actually hit by your spaceship. It needs to be repaired. The insurance manager said solemnly, the cost of a single repair is as high as 50 billion federal coins. To replace some of the damaged parts, it will cost about 20 billion federal coins. Fortunately, your spaceship isn't very powerful and didn't cause any damage to this battleship. If there was even a little bit of damage, the price might not be this high. It's even possible to compensate 700 billion. What the hell? Hearing this, the people around were scared out of their wits. If there was even a little damage, they would have to compensate 700 billion federal coins. How was this a spaceship? It was clearly a hedgehog. Whoever touched it would have to go bankrupt. If this kid didn't like anyone and just rubbed this spaceship against someone else's spaceship, the other party would probably lose their pants and have to work for him for the rest of their lives. Immediately, many people were so scared that they took a dozen steps back. They were afraid that if they scratched the spaceship, they would have to pay hundreds of millions. This was a sum that ordinary people would have to pay for the rest of their lives. This was just like on Earth in his previous life. The sports cars driven by the super rich were worth tens of millions. Those sports cars were delicate and expensive, and changing a tire would cost hundreds of thousands. Even the slightest scratch would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to repair. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to touch these super sports cars. Bang! Hua Jin was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. His face was pale and he cried miserably, Mr. Xia, spare me this time. I didn't do it on purpose, I really didn't do it on purpose, 70 billion is really too much. I can't afford it. He was so scared that he peed his pants. If it was a few hundred million, he could casually take it out, but 70 billion was too frightening. If he really took it out, he would have to go bankrupt. The 7 or 8 lackeys behind him were also scared half to death. They knew that their young master had gotten into trouble this time. It was really big trouble. They originally thought that this was a good opportunity to teach that kid a lesson, but who would have thought that before he could even show off, he would be scared to this extent? Now, it was even possible that he would go bankrupt. But who would have thought that the spaceship this kid was driving was simply a hedgehog? It couldn't be touched at all. One touch would make him go bankrupt. If he had known that the cost of this spaceship was so terrifying, he wouldn't have done such a thing even if he was beaten to death. This has nothing to do with me. I have already given full authority to the insurance company to handle this matter. You can discuss it with them yourself. Xia Ping said indifferently, indicating that this had nothing to do with him. Discuss with the insurance company? Discuss my ass. Huijin knew that if he wasn't the one paying, it would be the insurance company. It was conceivable that the insurance company would never let him pay so much money. They would definitely find trouble with him. Mr. Xia, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Spare me this time, just spare me this time. In the future, I will definitely not go against you. When I see you, I will turn around and leave, avoiding you. Huijin cried like a child. He was so scared by the compensation of 70 billion that he collapsed. His legs went soft and he was paralyzed on the ground. If his father knew that he had to pay 70 billion, he would probably break his legs. Forgive you. You are the person who wanted to kill me with your car. If I forgive you, who will forgive me when the time comes? It's fine if you don't pay. Just wait to go to jail. Xia Ping couldn't be bothered with a clown like Huijin. He turned around and left. No, no, no. Don't go, don't go. Huijin screamed in despair. Mr. Hua, let's talk about the compensation. If the money is not enough, you can mortgage your spaceship, your house, your stocks, and your company. The insurance manager stepped forward and blocked Huijin. He smiled and thought of all kinds of ways to snatch money. Chapter 760. Seeing Xia Ping quickly leave the airport, the crowd was in an uproar. Looking at the fainted Huijin, they all felt pity for him. Tragic, this is too tragic. He's a descendant of the Hua family, the descendant of a king. I didn't expect him to be so scared. There's nothing we can do about it. 70 billion, that's 70 billion. Even the descendant of a king can't take out so much in such a short time. How can he not be scared? If it was an ordinary person, he would have been scared to death. His parents, wife, and children would have broken up with him. At first, this brat was still acting cool here, saying that it didn't matter how much he had to pay. Now, he has to pay 70 billion. He's not scared to death. Who would have thought that this ship would be so terrifying? Who can afford it? It costs 7 billion. I've learned something today. We can't touch this ship. We'll go bankrupt if we touch it. The surrounding people were all shocked. They were incomparably afraid of this moon god ship. If they ended up like Huijin, the scene would be unimaginable. They probably even had the heart to die. This news quickly spread to the Hua family, instantly causing the anger of countless elders. This brat is simply trying to scam us. He wants our Hua family to pay 70 billion. Why doesn't he just rob a bank? One of the elders cursed. He was practically going crazy. Previously, Xia Ping had scammed them of 500 billion. This matter wasn't over yet. Now, they had to pay 70 billion. That brat is simply treating our Hua family as an ATM. He can come and take money whenever he wants. This is ridiculous. We definitely can't interfere in this matter. We can't compensate. That's right, that's right. Why should we compensate him? 70 billion just for a bit? Why can't he just go to heaven? A few elders of the Hua family gritted their teeth. When they heard this news, they were so shocked that they jumped up on the spot. This brat had scammed them of yet another sum of money. Who could accept this? What can we do if we don't compensate? We have witnesses and material evidence. Moreover, the giant insurance company has sent a lawyer's letter asking for compensation. An elder said helplessly. Now, it's not Xiaoping asking for compensation. It's the giant insurance company asking for compensation. It can be said that this matter has nothing to do with Xiaoping. The insurance company will handle it. Without a doubt, once we go to court, there will be witnesses and material evidence. We will definitely lose. We might even resist stubbornly and be unwilling to admit our guilt. Who knows, we might even get more compensation. He indicated that the matter would not be so easily settled. Damn it, how did that brat buy such a terrifying spaceship? He just cheated a few demon kings out of 7 trillion federal coins. Of course he has money. That's a super battleship we're talking about. The cost is terrifying. Even the Hua family can't afford it. How can this kid be willing to? It's said that there are terrifying laser cannons installed on it that can even kill kings. This brat is very afraid of death, so of course he's fully equipped. What a lucky bastard. With this super battleship, who can kill him? He can do whatever he wants in the sky realm. Many of the Hua family's elders were green with envy. They had worked so hard for so many years, yet they could not even afford a fraction of a warship. Now, this kid had casually obtained one. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself with others. The Hua family's patriarch, Hua Yongming, shivered as he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had not impulsively gone to find trouble with Xiaoping. Otherwise, if he had encountered such a warship, he would have been blasted to death on the spot. At that time, he would have died in vain. In short, we have no choice but to compensate for this. If this matter continues to blow up, the Hua family's reputation will be tarnished. No matter what, we have to minimize the impact of this matter, Hua Yongming said in a low voice. Since they could not win a lawsuit, they might as well admit defeat and compensate. If they continued to stubbornly resist, it would only make the situation ugly and they would not be able to extricate themselves. I'm sorry, elders. This matter is my son's fault. Hua Zhen's father looked ashamed. I've already broken both his legs and told him to reflect at home. He actually did such a stupid thing and was discovered by so many people. It's hard to hide it. There's nothing we can do. Young people are always young and impetuous. That's right. If I were to see that kid, I would probably not be able to control my anger. No matter what, Hua Zhen is a member of the Hua family. He cannot be sent to prison. A few of the Hua family's elders said in a low voice. They were very helpless. This was simply an undeserved disaster. They had to compensate 70 billion just for a small incident. Anyone who encountered such a situation would vomit blood. Xiaoping, the Hua family and you are absolutely irreconcilable. Hua Yongming gritted his teeth. His hatred for Xiaoping was even deeper. It could be said that every member of the Hua family wanted to bite this bastard. How much did this kid want to bully them? At this time, Xiaoping had just left the airport when he was greeted by 15 men in tuxedos. The leader was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. He exuded a strong aura. He was an expert at the peak of the Grand Master stage. The other men in tuxedos were also experts at the Grand Master stage. Young Master Xia. The man with the scar stepped forward and said respectfully, "We are the people sent by the giant company to welcome you. My name is Feng Wanliang. At the same time, I am also young Master Xia's personal bodyguard." What? Although Xiaoping had long known that being a core member of the giant company would give him many privileges, he did not expect that they would send a group of bodyguards at the Grand Master stage casually. However, he was also a person who had been through a lot and was already used to this kind of thing. He said, "All right, now what should we do next?" Young master, please follow me. The man with the scar said in a deep voice, the giant company has already arranged a place for young master to stay in the giant city. It is a villa in the inner city. The area of the giant city was huge, but it was also divided into the outer city and the inner city. The outer city occupied more than 90% of the area, while the inner city only occupied 10% of the area. The problem was that the inner city was the core area of the giant city. Its defense was very strong. Even if a king realm cultivator tried to barge in, they would be killed by the defense system. That was the true wealthy district. Every house in the inner city was priceless. Unless one was a king realm cultivator, they wouldn't be able to afford it. As for the villa, only the higher-ups of the giant company could live in it. Others couldn't buy it even if they had the money. The group of bodyguards at the side looked at Xia Ping with envy. Although Xia Ping was not a higher-up of the giant company, his status was similar to the higher-ups. It could be said that with such a talent, becoming a king realm cultivator was a sure thing. Alright, let's go then. Xia Ping nodded. After that, he followed the butler Feng Wanliang into a hover car beside the airport and sped along the way. Along the way, they passed by many luxurious high-rise buildings. Finally, they entered the deepest part of the island and came to a place where birds sang and flowers bloomed. There were many luxurious villas built everywhere. Chapter 761. Young Master. As soon as Xia Ping entered the villa, he immediately saw 2 rows of beautiful maids standing on both sides of the villa's hall. There were more than 10 to 20 of them in each row. Each of them was dressed in maid attire, showing off their impressive figures. They all looked like they were ready to be picked by Xia Ping. It seemed that if Xia Ping wanted to push them down and play all kinds of unspoken rules, they wouldn't have any resistance. This was simply a life of luxury. It was too corrupt. Xia Ping secretly criticized in his heart. He felt very emotional. This was clearly eroding his outstanding willpower. But he could withstand it. Young master. The butler Feng Wanliang introduced, these maids will be responsible for taking care of young master's daily life. They are also responsible for cleaning the place, taking care of the garden, cooking in the kitchen, and so on. Please rest assured. These are all maids that have been carefully selected. They are definitely of superb standard. As for us bodyguards, we are responsible for the security of the villa's surroundings, in case some thieves invade. He introduced these maids to Xia Ping. Ha! Isn't this Su Ji? Xia Ping was unscrupulously sizing up these beautiful maids, paying attention to all kinds of important parts. Soon, he found a great beauty that stood out from the crowd. Even though she was also wearing a maid attire, this great beauty still exuded an otherworldly temperament. Her figure was simply arrogant. Her legs were astonishingly straight, and her waist was slender. She exuded endless charm from head to toe, making it impossible for people to ignore her. But he also knew this great beauty. It was Su Ji. He didn't expect that this little girl didn't stay in Yanhuan University. Instead, she followed him to the giant city and even came to his villa to be a maid. This was far beyond his expectations. Young master also knows this chief maid? What a coincidence! Feng Wanliang immediately praised, this chief maid is proficient in 18 languages. She knows all kinds of household chores. At the same time, she is also familiar with federal laws and knows all kinds of commercial articles. She is also good at politics. Even her martial arts cultivation is extremely outstanding. She is only 18 years old, and she is already at the 4th layer of martial master. Her talent is amazing. Most importantly, she asks for a low salary. She is a rare maid secretary. He was incomparably moved. Such an outstanding woman would be a heaven's pride no matter where she was placed. Moreover, she was exceptionally beautiful, but such a woman was actually willing to become a maid. It was simply inconceivable. Xia Ping faintly smiled. Su Ji is a direct descendant of the Su family. Since childhood, she has received an elite education, learned countless knowledge, and was admitted to Yenhuang University. She is an absolutely talented woman with an IQ that is off the charts. No matter what era she was in, she was definitely a strong woman. It would be strange if she wasn't powerful. What are you doing here? Don't tell me you want to seduce me. Xia Ping curiously asked, looking at Su Ji. Su Ji's pretty face suddenly turned red, very angry. Who wants to seduce you? This is all forced. If you dare to touch me, I will fight with you. She clenched her fists. If Xia Ping dared to touch her, she would fight to the death with this shameless man. In fact, in the past few days, Su Ji never thought that such a thing would happen. Even if you beat her to death, she never thought that she, the dignified Miss Su, would actually become this beast's maid. However, she received an order from her family's elder, asking her to be Xia Ping's maid. If there was an opportunity, she would capture this outstanding man and make him the Su family's son-in-law. After all, everyone knew that Xia Ping's future was boundless. In the future, he would definitely become a king, and even had the opportunity to become an invincible king. If she could capture such a wealthy son-in-law, it would simply be a small capital with great profits. No stock could be more profitable than this. If the Su family had an invincible king's son-in-law as a backer, the Su family could simply walk unhindered in the cloud realm. Who would dare to provoke them? In fact, their family also relied on this to develop and strengthen. Relying on the Su family's daughter, they continuously married with the outside world. With a lot of help, they developed into a super family that no one dared to provoke. Obviously, they now had their eyes on this outstanding potential stock, Xia Ping, so they sent Su Ji to get close to Xia Ping. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. In this world, was there anything better than a maid that could get closer to the master? The two of them were together day and night. After a long time, they would develop feelings for each other. In fact, the maids who came into this villa were all beautiful like flowers. Their appearance was several levels higher than ordinary maids. They were actually the outstanding descendants sent by the big families. Their purpose was the same as Su Ji's. They wanted to rely on the identity of a maid to have a relationship beyond friendship with their master, Xia Ping. At the same time, they could obtain his bloodline and have outstanding descendants. Forced? Who can force the Su family's eldest daughter? Xia Ping blinked his eyes. Thinking about this, Su Ji became even angrier. She was so angry that her chest was stuffy. The number of people who could force her in this world could be counted on one's fingers. Among them were the Su family's elders and her parents. She remembered a few days ago in the Su family's mansion, she received an urgent call and went back to the Su family. Unexpectedly, when her mother saw her, the first sentence she said was sincere and heartfelt, "Su Ji, you're not young anymore. It's time for you to get married. I think that Xia Ping, who has a scandal with you, is not bad. He's a very good young man. His martial arts aptitude is simply monstrous. Becoming a king is a sure thing. You have to grab this rich husband and don't let him go. This is a good stock that can be held for a long time." These words immediately made Su Ji angry. She immediately refused. "No, that guy is a beast. He also has one foot in several boats. He likes to put on a green hat for women. He's extremely hateful. It's okay. In the beginning, your father was also an animal. But after he followed me, he was subdued. Now, he's very well behaved. If I tell him to go east, he won't go west. If I tell him to drink tea, he won't dare to drink wine." Su Ji's mother showed her husband taming skills. Su Ji weakly said, "I'm only 18. I'm still young. I don't think about this kind of thing." "You're not young anymore, you're already 18 years old. You're already mature. When your mother was your age, she already gave birth to your sister." Su Ji's mother argued with reason and evidence, making Su Ji speechless. Su Ji immediately used her sister as an excuse, but isn't my sister, Su Mei, not married? If my sister doesn't marry, how could my sister dare to marry? This is not in line with the rules. Don't mention your sister. Su Ji's mother angrily said, don't learn from the good. Learn from the bad. She's a negative teaching material, a very bad example. I don't know how many girls in the family have been led astray by her. They all began to marry late and have children late. She's already 27 or 28, yet she's still not married. In a few years, she'll be an old leftover woman. All she does is practice martial arts until she's crazy. She can't even learn the ability to hook a rich man. You tell me, what's the use of growing up like this? The most annoying thing is, she actually wants to be promoted to a king. My God, just the fact that she became a grandmaster scared off a lot of outstanding boys. If she becomes a king, which young man would dare to marry her? Don't tell me she'll marry those old kings. I'm telling you, Su Ji, don't ever learn from your sister. You must learn from her. Chapter 762. Hearing these words, Su Ji went mad with anger. Becoming a king was a glorious thing. Regardless of status, it would be greatly improved, and everyone would respect you. However, her mother actually thought that her sister becoming a king was a very bad thing. She thought that it would hinder her sister's marriage and make her a leftover woman. However, she also had to admit that her mother's worries were indeed right. Once Su Mei became a king, her status would greatly improve. Even some outstanding men from the king's family would shrink back and would not dare to marry Su Mei. After all, the gap between the two sides was too big. If you don't become a king, you'll still be an ant. This gap was not the gap between the poor and the rich, but the gap between a monkey and a human. It was the difference in the essence of life. It could not be mentioned in the same breath. It could be imagined that once her sister advanced to the king realm, it was estimated that there would not be many men who would dare to propose marriage. Therefore, her mother was deeply worried that Su Mei would become a leftover woman and would not have any luck with men. Therefore, with her sister as a negative example, she, as the younger sister, was under great pressure. She was afraid that she would follow in her sister's footsteps and start to force marriage at the age of 18. By the way, according to reliable information, this time Xiaoping will go to the giant city. He will live there for a long time. Su Ji's mother said, you will go with him and become his personal maid. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. If you become his maid, you will be with him day and night. After a long time, you will develop feelings for him. Of course, don't always be ambiguous. You have to take the last step and create an opportunity. When the rice is cooked, he won't be able to run away. If this kid is a blockhead and doesn't know how to have fun, you will have to drug him. She gave Su Ji a lot of ideas. Blockhead my ass. Su Ji was so angry that she cried. If she really dared to come to his door, she was sure that this beast would eat her up. How is he a blockhead? When that bastard acts like a beast, he is not a human at all. Moreover, her mother wanted her to drug that shameless man and cook the rice. Isn't this clearly pushing her into the fire pit? She really wants me to get married. However, I've also received some news. It's not just our Su clan's women who have taken a fancy to that brat. Many kings' clans also wish for him to become their son-in-law. They've sent many of their female servants to become servants, having the same idea as our Su clan. Mother Su said warily, you must be careful not to let other women do it. You have a kind nature, but other women are different. They are ferocious tigers, the kind that can eat men whole. If there's a chance, they won't mind drugging you. She reminded Su Ji that this time she has a lot of competitors. Su Ji was so angry that she almost died. She really couldn't understand. That guy is just a beast, how come so many women are like moths to a flame? Don't they know how hateful this guy is? That's right, it must be because those women haven't seen through this bastard's true nature, that's why they're so willing. Furthermore, it's not like you won't get any benefits from going to the City of Giants. Now that you've become an elite student and advanced to the fourth firmament of a martial master, your progress shouldn't be that great if you stay in school. Mother Sue continued to tempt her. If you go to the City of Giants, that place is full of grandmasters, kings, and resources. Presumably, you can get a lot of growth there. This doesn't conflict with your cultivation plan, and you can also hook up with men, killing two birds with one stone. She blinked her eyes and looked at her daughter. Mom, I know, I'll go, okay? Suji knew that her mother was going to force herself on her. Even if she didn't agree, she would still force her to do it. However, although she was going to be his slave, it didn't necessarily mean that she would have any relationship with that shameless man. She could completely do business, wait for a period of time, and then spread some false news, saying that the guy didn't like her. At that time, this matter would naturally end, and she could also take the opportunity to get some benefits. Therefore, Suji was sent to Xiaoping's villa to be a maid, and by virtue of her own outstanding ability, she smoothly became the head maid. Forget it, I'm not interested in how you came to be. Xiaoping said carelessly, in short, you'll be my maid from now on. In the future, you have to do things seriously, otherwise, you'll be punished, understand? He looked as if he was up to no good. Punishment? Hearing this, Suji's face turned pale. She remembered all kinds of master's punishments for maids, all kinds of training. It was clear that he wanted to do a lot of shameless things to her. No, I absolutely can't let this bad guy find an excuse to punish me. Yes, master. Suji's pretty face turned red. She had never called a man like this in her life. This was the first time. It was simply a public execution. But as a maid, she can't do anything disrespectful to her master, otherwise, she would definitely be punished. Very good. Xiaoping was very satisfied. To let a delicate beauty call him like this, he estimated that even the ancient emperor was no better. Young master. At this time, the butler Feng Wanliang opened his mouth and said, from now on, this villa belongs to young master. This is the key to this villa. Now that young master's genetic information has been input, no one can touch this villa's defense system except young master. He took out a golden key and handed it to Xiaoping. Xiaoping took it and looked at it. He didn't know what material it was made of, but it seemed to contain a mysterious energy. Feng Wanliang didn't stop and continued, if you encounter any danger, as long as young master wills it, this AI defense system will immediately transform into a ball of energy and instantly teleport young master to a safe place. You can even use the energy of the defense system to trap and kill the enemy. He showed off the villa's powerful defense system, indicating that even if a king-level expert wanted to invade, it would be impossible. Once discovered by the defense system, the enemy would be dead for sure and would be directly killed. So powerful. Xiaoping praised. With a thought, he could teleport away. This kind of energy utilization technology was simply amazing. It was similar to the technology of Yanhuang University and Combat City. The defense system was even more powerful. After all, this was the endless sea, and one had to fight against tyrannical monsters that appeared from the deep sea. Without enough power, how could one survive? It was no wonder that these villas in the giant city were priceless and couldn't be bought with money. With this kind of defense, even king-level experts would fight for it. Why would they give it to others? If he wasn't a core member of the giant company and had a bright future, he probably wouldn't be able to get it. Okay, I'm going to rest. If there's anything, I'll call you guys. Xiaoping stretched. He rushed here from Yanhuang University and was a bit tired, so he wanted to rest for a while. Chapter 763. At this time, in the villa's kitchen, 7 or 8 beautiful maids were busy preparing dinner. I didn't expect the head maid to know the master. It is said that they are classmates. I wonder what is the relationship between them. A little maid said in a gossipy manner. What else could it be? The head maid is a member of the Su family. Her elder sister is the famous Su Mei. She can be said to be a heroine among girls. She is known as one of the future queens. A long-legged maid was very clear about Su Ji. She said, "It can be said that Su Ji has a promising future. She is the direct descendant of the Su family. She is known as the Pearl of the Su family. Now she actually came to the giant city and is willing to be a maid." Even if you think with your knees, you know there is something fishy going on between these two. She was like Sherlock Holmes. She was very observant. She was very sure that there must be something going on between the two. No way. She is so beautiful and so excellent. Moreover, she has known her for a long time. Do we still have hope? A pure maid wailed. She suddenly felt that her future was bleak. With such an excellent woman by his side, she even chased him from the school. Invisible people like them had no hope at all. They were all cannon fodder. It's okay. A proud girl like her has only been surrounded by men since she was a child. How could she have the experience of being surrounded by men? First of all, she lacks the means to seduce men. She is simply a rookie. The long-legged maid was full of confidence. As long as we use all kinds of martial arts, we will be able to hook this rich husband Xia Ping. It is already in the bag. She said that Su Ji was not her opponent. That's right. Although Su Ji looks like a goddess, she is a dead fish in bed. Yeah. How can she compare to us who have been trained? First of all, she can't let go of her self-esteem. I'm not bragging. Although I have no experience, I have studied 108 adult CDs. I have mastered mature theoretical knowledge and know all kinds of movements. Next, I just need to wait for the practice. Moreover, we don't need to fight with her. As long as we have cooked rice with the master and have his child, how can he run away? Isn't he afraid that we will run away with the ball? Indeed, this is a good plan. With the child, we will win. It seems that we have to quickly implement this cooked rice plan. A few beautiful maids were chattering excitedly. They were all talking about how they could take advantage of their master's unprepared and secretly push him down. Or, they would wear all kinds of revealing clothes, fall down, and deliberately expose themselves, deliberately provoking their masters to lose their rationality and unleash their bestial instincts. They would then give in and let nature take its course. Ahem, are you guys very free? You're actually chatting in the kitchen. Suddenly, a coughing sound came from outside the kitchen. Several maids immediately looked over and saw Su Ji standing outside the door. Suddenly, their faces turned pale with fright. Before, they were unscrupulously talking about Su Ji, speaking ill of her behind her back. But now, all of them have been heard. Head maid, when did you come? A pure maid stammered while looking at Su Ji. Su Ji lightly said, I came when you said I was a dead fish in bed. It can't be, right? Doesn't that mean he heard everything they said? A group of maids were scared half to death. If Su Ji gave them a hard time, they would probably wear it until they died. Head maid, we actually don't mean that. A long-legged maid stammered. Su Ji waved her hand and said, I don't care whether you mean that or not. In short, your job now is to prepare tonight's dinner. But you, take a look at what you've actually prepared. So this is how you prepare dinner. She was very angry and pointed at the various ingredients in the kitchen. Head maid, what's the problem with preparing these ingredients? The pure maid blinked her eyes. Su Ji was so angry that she laughed. Why do you still ask? You, take a look at what these ingredients are. Dog meat, lamb, chives, loach, ginseng, deer antler, sheep penis, tiger penis. Oh my God, are you trying to kill him? Who told you to prepare these things? She was furious. Each of the above ingredients has only one function, and that is to strengthen the body. Usually, eating a few of these foods is enough to stimulate a man. But now, she cooked so many of them. If he continues to eat them, she doesn't know what will happen to Xiaoping. Maybe he will really become a beast, the kind that loses his mind. Hearing this, the long-legged maid said with a guilty conscience, "Master is a grandmaster. I think he practices martial arts every day, so his body is very weak. So, I want to find some ingredients to supplement him." That's right. Practicing martial arts every day will consume a lot of energy. Hearing this, the pure maid rolled her eyes. She couldn't see any sincerity on her face at all. She felt extremely guilty. We are also thinking about Master's body. There's nothing wrong with it. That's right. Isn't it a matter of course to supplement Master's body? Several maids chattered, saying that they didn't have any ulterior motives, but for the sake of Master's body. They were worried that Xiaoping's weak body would affect his martial arts foundation. Weak my ass. Su Ji gritted her teeth. That bastard pretended to be like a calf. If anyone dares to say that his body is weak, I promise I won't slap him to death. There is no doubt that if that beast Xiaoping eats this medicated diet tonight, his body will probably be on fire. Coupled with these beautiful maids' reluctance, perhaps he will be in an absurd situation for the whole night. Even she is in danger of losing her virginity. After all, who knows what this bastard will do after losing his mind? Shut up. Su Ji snappily said, "Don't eat these things. You want to supplement him to death. Quickly remove them and bring back some normal dishes. Otherwise, all of you will be punished." She took out the majesty of a chief maid and issued an order. "Chief maid, the other ingredients are okay, but I think this tiger's penis is not bad. It can be used to supplement Master's body. It can also be made into a main dish." The long-legged maid unwillingly said. "Shut up and listen to me. What supplement? Master's body is as vigorous as a dragon and as fierce as a tiger. Why would he need to take supplements? If he can't take it and an accident happens, can you bear the consequences?" Su Ji clenched her teeth and said, "Immediately change the dishes. If you're late, I'll fire you." "Yes, chief maid." Suddenly, several maids were scared half to death. They quickly removed these dishes with ulterior motives. Some of the maids were still unwilling. They secretly kept these ingredients, waiting for the next opportunity to serve Xiaoping. Chapter 764. At this moment, in the master bedroom of the villa, Xiaoping didn't know about the fight between the maids. At this moment, he was opening the internal network of the giant company and was looking at all sorts of top-secret mission information. Mission! He clenched his fists and looked at the list of missions seriously. As a core member of the giant company, there were all sorts of privileges and naturally, there were duties that needed to be completed. And the missions given by the giant company were one of the duties that he needed to complete. However, he only needed to complete one mission every year. In that case, after a year, he wouldn't need to complete any more missions. This wasn't too difficult. Of course, even if there wasn't this duty, many members of the giant company would still choose to accept missions. After all, completing a mission would give them rich rewards. Often, some experts at the Grandmaster level would pass through all sorts of missions to obtain large amounts of cultivation resources. If they wished to cultivate faster, they had to accept many missions to increase their strength. But which mission should I complete? Xiaoping touched his chin and looked at all sorts of missions. He didn't want to waste time in the giant city. He wanted to accept a mission to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment. He looked at it. Some missions were to explore unknown areas such as the Death Swamp, the Deep Abyss, the Scorching Island, etc. These places were filled with danger and contained many secrets. They needed to be explored by pioneers to provide clues for later generations. But because these were unknown, they didn't know what dangers they would encounter. Every time they explored, a large number of experts would die. This was a mission with a slim chance of survival. Some missions were to search for treasures. Some clients hoped that the members of the giant company would head to a dangerous place to help them collect spiritual herbs, precious ores, and other treasures. The rewards were also quite high. There were also missions that required one to be a guard, helping to protect a piece of merchandise or a noble with a high status. These kinds of missions were relatively easy, and the rewards were also very high. Usually, when such missions appeared, they would be quickly taken away by others. There are also missions to kill pirates. Xia Ping immediately looked at the missions. There were many wanted posters with large amounts of rewards. If they could kill the pirates on the wanted posters, they would receive rewards from the civilian merchants and the government. The stronger the pirates were, the more dangerous they were, and the higher the reward. It seems that the Endless Sea is indeed a very chaotic area. Xia Ping looked at the information and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Because of the vastness of the Endless Sea, the human clan, the monster clan, the undersea races, and the deep-sea monsters all gathered in this area. Fish and dragons mixed together. There was no place more chaotic than this. In this area, killing was a common occurrence. They fought endlessly. In the Endless Sea, the pirates were the ones who killed the most people. They committed all kinds of crimes, burning, killing, and looting. They brought great trouble to human cities, and countless ordinary people were killed and injured. Among these pirates, some are from the seabed race. They are used to occupying the sea and robbing and killing human ships that pass through the sea. Being targeted by these seabed race, often blood will flow like a river, and the ship will be destroyed. Some of them were human villains and criminals. They had violated the Federation's laws and were sentenced to death. They could no longer live in the normal human world, so they became bandits and occupied an area. There were also some ambitious people who disobeyed federal control and directly became pirates, living free and unfettered. In short, the origin of these pirates was very complicated. They had become a big disaster in the Endless Sea, and also one of the root causes of chaos. Among the many pirates, hundreds of years have passed, and they have gradually formed a huge pirate group. The most famous one is the 108 pirate groups. Their strength ranges from low to high, and they are extremely tyrannical. The strength of some pirate groups is no less than some martial arts organizations, and even the boss of the pirate group is a king. It can be said that these pirates are also one of the overlords of the Endless Sea. Kill the old shark of the blood shark pirates. Bounty of 10 billion. His strength is the fourth sky of the supreme power realm. His body is a blood shark monster. He is proficient in water warfare. He can be called a hungry wolf in the sea. He is sinister and cunning. Xia Ping looked at the information of one of the missions. When the blood shark pirates appeared, they implemented the three lights policy. Kill them all, rob them all, burn them all, and leave no one alive. Their methods are cruel and outrageous. At least tens of thousands of people died in the hands of the blood shark pirates. The blood shark pirates ranked 98. They have more than 10,000 subordinates. Each member is from the seabed race. Ordinary people will quickly flee when they encounter this pirate group. Even from the cold information, he can feel the fierceness and cruelty of the blood shark pirates. If ordinary people encounter such a pirate group in the sea, they will die. After all, they are all seabed race. They are proficient in swimming. Some of them swim faster than ships. Even if they want to escape, it is impossible. If I can kill all the blood shark pirates and sell the heads of those pirates, I can get at least hundreds of billions of federal coins. Xia Ping found that the members of the entire blood shark pirates are wanted. Although the price is not as high as the head of the blood shark pirates, they win in number. Each of the cadres has a bounty of hundreds of millions of federal coins, which is a huge amount. And the blood shark pirates have been running rampant in the Endless Sea for at least 10 years. I don't know how many treasures they have stored. If I can wipe out this pirate group, I am afraid I can make a lot of money. Xia Ping clenched his fists, and his eyes were shining. He is very short of money. The moon god alone is a super invincible pit. Every year, he needs to spend a lot of money to maintain and repair it. If there is no money, then nothing can be done. Therefore, if he can completely destroy this pirate group, he will definitely get a huge income. Ding! Immediately, a warning word came from the virtual projection. Warning, warning! Given that this is the first time you have accepted a task, this task is dangerous, and the death rate is more than 80%, please choose carefully. If you quit now, you can cancel this task. Death rate more than 80%? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. This is indeed a very scary word. It is estimated that any martial artist will think twice when they see this probability. But he is different. He already has a lot of trump cards on him, such as the space ring. If he encounters danger, he can immediately hide in it. Even if it doesn't work, he can directly launch the moon god and launch an attack on those pirates. He can definitely easily annihilate the other party. This kind of task has a very high death rate for others, but for him, it is easy. Accept. Xia Ping did not hesitate and immediately pressed accept. Ding! Chapter 765. The next morning, in the living room of the villa. Young master. The butler Feng Wanliang looked at Xia Ping and said, I heard that you took a mission to hunt down the blood shark pirates. To be honest, this group of pirates is very cruel and they have a large number of people. It is not so easy to kill their boss. Moreover, there is an unknown relationship between pirates. Killing one of them is like poking a hornet's nest. Even a master at the peak of Grand Master would not dare to offend them easily. He looked serious and felt that Xia Ping was a bit reckless in taking this mission. It's okay. They are just a group of thieves. I can kill them as easily as killing a dog. Xia Ping didn't care. He had many cards in his hand. Not to mention these pirates, even if there was a king, he could kill them all. Feng Wanliang didn't know his cards, so it was normal for him to be so worried. Even if you are confident that you can destroy those pirates, it will not be easy to find the blood shark pirates. Seeing Xia Ping's confident look, Feng Wanliang didn't say anything more. He told him the difficulty of killing a pirate group. That was to hide the whereabouts of the pirates. After all, the endless sea was too vast. Even now, human beings had explored less than 1% of the sea. There were still many mysterious areas that had not been explored. As long as those pirates hid in the depths of the sea, no matter how powerful they were, they would not be able to find them. Therefore, pirates became one of the scourges of the endless sea. They could not be killed. There is no need to find them. I will let them show themselves and lure the snake out of the hole. Xia Ping smiled. Lure the snake out of the hole? Hearing this, Feng Wanliang was very confused. He didn't know what Xia Ping wanted to do. By the way, can I create a fake identity and show others with another face? Xia Ping asked. Feng Wanliang thought for a moment and said, Young master, do you want to change your identity? That's not a problem. To the giant company, this is a small matter. As long as we change some of the data, we can change the young master to someone else. Also, his resume has been extremely normal since he was young. No one can find any flaws. He was very sure. After all, the giant company was a super force. It was very easy to make up a character's identity. That's good. Xia Ping nodded. His real identity couldn't be exposed in the next plan. Otherwise, many monster kings in the Wanya mountain would know his whereabouts. It was better to use another identity to deal with this matter. Young master, what should we do next? Feng Wanliang asked curiously. Since Xia Ping said this, he must have thought of a series of plans. Help me hold a press conference to build momentum. Xia Ping smiled mysteriously. Another day later, the entire giant city was covered by an amazing news. Someone claimed to broadcast the killing of the blood shark pirates within a month and even invited hundreds of media in the giant city to help with publicity and hold a press conference. At this time, at the press conference, hundreds of media outlets, big and small, were gathered in the venue. Cameramen, lighting technicians, and other staff were also distributed in every corner. The lineup was powerful, as if a big star was holding a press conference. A young man in a white suit stood on it and said passionately, "Don't worry, everyone. In this era where criminals are getting more and more rampant, there will always be heroes. Wu Neng is not talented. I want to be a hero who fights against criminals and upholds justice. With me here, everyone can rest assured that any pirate will be swept away. Although I am not famous yet, everyone can call me the nemesis of evil in the future." And this person is obviously Xia Ping. He wore a Rui mask and changed his original appearance. He changed his identity and appeared in front of the public media. At this time, no one can see that this Wu Neng is actually Xia Ping. Brag, continue to brag. Below the audience, a reporter looked at Wu Neng with contempt. If pirates were so easy to be extinct, they would have been extinct long ago. Instead of now, pirates are rampant and risking their lives every time they sail. Keep your voice down, don't let others hear you. Damn, it's another young master who doesn't know the world. He wants to come here to make a name for himself. He hasn't killed those pirates yet and he actually started to hold a press conference. He also called him the nemesis of evil. This kid's face is so thick that even the laser cannons can't penetrate it. It's said that hundreds of media outlets here were invited by him with money. He spent hundreds of millions. No wonder so many media friends came. I thought I was ignorant. Damn, he spent hundreds of millions. If he went to whore, how many women would he go to whore? That's what I like. A group of reporters in the audience were a little listless because they were all bought by Xia Ping's money. It was purely for the boss's task. Otherwise, they would not be willing to come. However, they still have professional ethics. At least they won't tear down Qin Haodong's face. Well said, Mr. Wu Neng is really a model of heroes. If there are a few more people like Mr. Wu Neng in the world, it is estimated that there will be no evil in the whole world. Thank you very much for Mr. Wu Neng's contribution. I didn't expect that in such an era of evil, there would be a person with a sense of justice like Mr. Wu Neng. This is simply a clear stream, which deeply moved me. The pillar of the country, the Lei Feng of the world, this is a great talent like Mr. Wu Neng. Come, everyone, let's applaud and be proud of such a hero. Our safety will depend on Mr. Wu Neng in the future. When Xia Ping finished speaking, a few people immediately jumped out. They were incomparably excited and clapped their hands crazily, as if they were some fanatical fans who were madly flattering him. Damn, he even prepared people to support him. This is too well prepared. A group of reporters were stunned. They finally saw what it meant to be a rich person. Not only did he have the support of the news media, but he also had the support of fanatical fans. A series of processes had appeared. Now that he had done it this way, it really seemed to be the case. You're welcome. How can I, Wu Neng, get such support from everyone? Don't worry, in the future, when those pirates hear my name, they will definitely be scared to the point of wetting their pants. Xia Ping said carelessly, as if he had accepted all the compliments without the slightest bit of embarrassment. Many reporters also saw once again that this playboy's face was as thick as a city wall. Chapter 766. Hearing this, a reporter immediately stood up and asked, Mr. Wu Neng, why did you kill the blood shark pirates? There are so many pirates in the world, why did you kill the blood shark pirates? Does Mr. Wu Neng have any enmity with them? He couldn't understand. No hatred. Xia Ping waved his hand. The reason why I wanted to kill the blood shark pirates was purely an accident. I was worried for a long time at the beginning, and finally the will found it. This is actually the instruction of fate. Of course, it doesn't matter even if it's not the blood shark pirates. As long as they are evil pirates, they deserve to die. Only dead pirates are good pirates. Wheel? Hearing this, many reporters' mouths twitched. This guy is really casually looking for pirates. He actually decided to do this by relying on the wheel. He also bragged that this is the instruction of fate. It's very nice to hear, but in fact, it's just a random decision. This is too sloppy. What kind of game is killing the blood shark pirates? They already feel that this kid is completely hopeless. If this matter gets out and is known by the blood shark pirates, I'm afraid that this kid won't be able to eat it. Mr. Wu Nang. Another reporter stood up and asked, I don't know what strategy you have to kill the blood shark pirates. As far as I know, the other party is a large pirate group with tens of thousands of people. Their pirate group leader, Shark 17, is a grandmaster-level powerhouse. It's very difficult to kill the other party. Some people have chased after the blood shark pirates before, but they all failed. Even their heads were cut off and hung on the ship as a warning. He wanted to know what Xiaoping's strategy was. What strategy is needed to deal with small pirates? In the face of absolute strength, any strategy is empty. As long as I find the blood shark pirates, then the army will crush them and destroy them. That's a matter of seconds. Xiaoping was unparalleled, saying that he can crush the group of pirates in minutes and break the enemy. There is no hope. Many reporters were completely speechless. If the blood shark pirates were so easy to kill, they would have been killed long ago. How could they live until now? This kid is completely crazy. Of course, I still have a specific plan. Xiaoping said, I intend to invite the heroes to gather those who have been persecuted by the blood shark pirates and hold a dinner party, and then everyone will discuss how to deal with the blood shark pirates. I believe that there are many people who have been persecuted by the blood shark pirates. As long as I raise my voice, there will be many people who will follow me. At that time, the blood shark pirates will be dead, and they will turn into ashes in the anger of the masses. He intends to hold a dinner party and gather many victims of the blood shark pirates to discuss important matters. Many reporters also saw that although this kid looks stupid, he still has a little IQ. He knows how to unite others and establish an anti-pirate alliance. In this case, there is no need to fight alone. Maybe there is a glimmer of hope to deal with the blood shark pirates. The press conference soon ended, and the news that Xiaoping intended to kill the blood shark pirates and gather many victims of the blood shark pirates spread quickly. With the power of money, this news also appeared on major websites and the headlines of major newspapers, so that places near the giant city and even further away know this news and spread thousands of miles. At this time, on a remote island in the endless sea, a luxurious palace was built here. The people of the blood shark pirates were eating and drinking in the palace hall, holding a banquet, and the lights were bright. Captain, something big happened. At this time, a pirate rushed in from outside the palace, holding a newspaper in his hand. He was very flustered. What happened? A muffled voice sounded, and it was Shark 17 who spoke. He was huge, with a height of 4 or 5 meters, and his feet stood on the ground like a small mountain. He had ferocious fangs, jagged like saw teeth, exuding a terrifying light. His whole body was covered with terrifying muscles, and it seemed that every inch of his body contained explosive power. This was a terrible warrior from the Shark clan. His strength alone surpassed humans of the same rank by 10 times. If he entered the sea, his battle power would soar even more. There is a human who wants to deal with us. He said that he will destroy the blood shark pirates within a month and kill all of us. A pirate waved the newspaper in his hand and shouted crazily. What? Hearing this, all the pirates who were eating big fish and meat stopped. What kind of human is so bold that he dares to destroy my blood shark pirates? He wants to die. Shark 17 was furious and let out a terrible roar, condensing into a terrible sound wave that shook some of the nearby pirates and rolled up 1,000 layers of dust. It's a fledgling, a young master. That kid seems to have just been promoted to the Grandmaster realm and came to the Endless Sea. The pirate quickly said his information. In order to make a name for himself, he wants to find our blood shark pirates and use us as a stepping stone to fame. So that's how it is, a fledgling. In the Endless Sea, there are at least 10,000 of such people. That's right, such a person will soon disappear, it's not worth mentioning. He wants to deal with our blood shark pirates. I really don't know where he got the courage. The group of pirates sneered, not putting that young master in their eyes at all. Every year, they don't know how many idiots they want to kill, and this is just one of them. No, that guy seems to want to gather the many victims of the blood shark pirates to form a victim alliance, intending to deal with us together. He is serious. The pirate said in a deep voice. Victim alliance? Hearing this, Shark 17 laughed out loud. They're just a bunch of ants. So what if they've banded together? I can squash them to death with a single hand. Boss, I think this is an opportunity. A dog-head advisor's eyes flashed coldly. Shark 17 was stunned. Opportunity? Yes, it is an opportunity. The dog-head advisor said treacherously, originally, these victims often come in groups to find trouble with us, bringing us a lot of harm, and sometimes almost destroying our actions. If we let these jumping clowns do damage like this, if we don't pay attention, it will lead to a disaster in the long run. Now that someone has gathered this group of idiots together, we can seize the opportunity to capture them all in one fell swoop and kill them all. After killing these idiots, I don't think there will be many people in the sea who will dare to fight against us. He was full of murderous intent as he offered a poisonous plan. Chapter 767. A few days later, at night, on a ship. At this time, the luxury ship has gone out to sea, hundreds of kilometers away from the giant city. Some people who have hatred for the blood shark pirates were invited by Xia Ping on the cruise ship. Among them, there are men and women, old and young. All of them have a blood feud with the blood shark pirates. All of them can't wait to crush the blood shark pirates to ashes. Mr. Wu Neng, can we really destroy the blood shark pirates? A girl asked. She was very skeptical about this because the blood shark pirates are too powerful, and their leader is a master of the supreme realm. And it is a deep-sea monster who is good at swimming. If the situation is not good, the other party can immediately drill into the sea and escape calmly. Even a powerful grandmaster would not be easy to intercept the other party. Of course, no problem. Xia Ping said, our trip to the sea is actually a rehearsal to annihilate the blood shark pirates. As long as the rehearsal is successful, then the blood shark pirates will be dead. He showed a very confident look. How do we destroy the blood shark pirates? Someone asked. Xia Ping said, it's very simple. We will pretend to be an ordinary cruise ship and deliberately release the news that the cruise ship secretly carries a lot of spiritual liquid. I believe that this amazing news will definitely make those stupid pirates ready to pounce on us like wild beasts. And we will ambush many powerful grandmasters in the cruise ship. We will attack them from 2 sides and ambush them from 10 sides. We will catch them off guard and completely destroy the blood shark pirates once and for all. He said his plan. Is it that simple? What if those pirates don't fall for it? Someone had a strange look on his face. If it was so easy to destroy the blood shark pirates, someone would have destroyed them long ago. Xia Ping waved his hand, don't worry, those sea monsters are all well-developed and simple-minded. As long as they know this news, they will think that we are weak and will definitely attack. Think about it yourself. There is no cat in this world that doesn't steal fish and sharks that don't eat meat. Knowing that there are a lot of treasures on board, those stupid pirates will not attack. Of course, even if they really don't attack, you won't lose anything. It's just a waste of time. He was full of confidence. He thought that the sea demons were very stupid and would fall for it easily. Hearing this, the people around him nodded involuntarily. Taking a step back, even if this plan is not successful, they will not have any losses. At most, the pirates will not attack. But if they succeed, they can destroy those hateful pirates and take revenge. No matter what they do, it will be very good for them and they have no reason to refuse. I also know what you're worried about. You think that the success rate of one ship is too low, but that's okay, Xiaoping continued. If one ship doesn't work, then 10 ships. If 10 ships don't work, then 100 ships. I don't believe that this group of stupid pirates won't be tempted by such benefits. As long as they dare to attack one of the ships, they will die. Awesome! The people present were completely convinced. If they could really prepare 100 ships with a large number of grandmasters on each ship, then the blood shark pirates would be dead for sure. If they dared to attack one of them, they would definitely be ambushed by a large number of grandmasters. Of course, ordinary people can't do this kind of thing. Not to mention anything else, just hiring so many grandmasters as thugs is not something that ordinary people can afford. This is an astronomical amount of money, and only the super rich can afford it. And spending so much money just to destroy a pirate group, many people will scold the other party for being crazy. Money should not be wasted like this. They also don't understand why Wu Ning would do such a thankless thing. But it doesn't matter if they don't understand, he is a local tyrant, rich and willful. At this time, among the crowd, there is a young man with an ordinary appearance secretly lurking. He is wearing black-rimmed glasses with a needle-tip hole on the frame. This is a camera used to secretly take pictures. Through this camera, all the information on the ship can be transmitted to the outside world silently. This young man is a spy of the blood shark pirates. He also secretly followed the people around him to board the ship to get information. 100 miles away from the cruise ship, a large black ship was sailing with a pirate flag hanging on it. The pattern was like a shark skeleton, murderous. This is the flag of the blood shark pirates. At this time, the senior cadres of the blood shark pirates are gathered in the captain's room, looking at the secretly filmed images transmitted. All of their faces are as black as coal. Damn human, they really want to deal with us and come up with this kind of conspiracy, it's too hateful. Fortunately, we are smart and know how to send spies, otherwise, we will really be fooled by that human. If we go into that ship and suddenly a bunch of grandmasters jump out, we will be dead. What a shameless and treacherous human. No wonder my grandfather said that the most vicious creature is human. This is not unreasonable. All day long thinking of this kind of immoral strategy, exterminating people, aren't they afraid that their children will not have PIIs? When the pirates saw this scene, all of them cursed, and a chill gushed out of their hearts. If the other party really sends 100 ships to plot against them, they will definitely be fooled if they don't know this. After all, they are pirates. How can they resist not robbing? They can hide from one ship, but how can they hide from 100 ships? There will always be a time when they will be fooled. The problem is, as long as they are fooled once, they will be besieged by a group of grandmasters. This is an extremely vicious plan, this is the root of the blood shark pirates. Fortunately, they now know the plan of this vicious human in advance and are prepared. Otherwise, their blood shark pirates will be finished, and maybe they will become history. Damn it, this human is audacious to the extreme. How could he do such an immoral thing? With so much money, he could do anything, but he actually came to deal with us. Did we dig up his roots or burn his grandfather's tomb? Why did he come to deal with us? These rich humans eat all day and have nothing to do, harming others without benefiting themselves. The dog-head advisor cursed, he felt that his pirate group was simply unlucky. To be targeted by such a rich human who is not short of money, it is simply bad luck. There are so many pirate groups in the endless sea, he didn't target others, but he took a fancy to them, it is too hateful. Destroy him. Shark 17 stood up, murderous, he wants to kill our blood shark pirates to become famous? This is simply a joke, do we look like stepping stones to that human? Today, we must destroy these stupid humans, kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and raise the prestige of my blood shark pirates. This time, we must kill them until they stop crying, until they don't dare to retaliate. Chapter 768. It's over, there are pirates coming. Just as Xia Ping and a group of people were bragging, a sailor in the distance suddenly screamed in horror. What? Hearing this, a group of people were shocked. Isn't today just a drill? Why are there pirates coming? What the hell happened? Aren't you monitoring the sea? Why didn't you find any pirates coming? Someone shouted, feeling extremely frightened. In this boundless and helpless sea, there is nothing more desperate than encountering vicious pirates. A large white mist suddenly rose in the distant sea. We thought it was normal weather, but we didn't expect to be fooled. The sailor cried out. When the white mist dissipated, a huge pirate ship appeared in front of us, and now it is only 2 or 3 miles away from our cruise ship. Many people were horrified. They immediately knew that the pirate ship must have a siren who could manipulate the weather, so they could approach silently with the cover of the white mist and not be discovered. It's over, we are completely finished, they are already close. Suddenly, the sailor collapsed on the ground in despair, his whole body was trembling, and he was so scared that he had no strength. This pirate flag, it's the Blood Shark Pirates, the Blood Shark Pirates are coming. Someone's eyes were very sharp, and he immediately found that the huge pirate ship had a flag hanging on it. This flag represents the identity of the Blood Shark Pirates. Blood Shark Pirates? Hearing these big words, the people present were scared and pale. Although they have a blood feud with the Blood Shark Pirates, they are also extremely afraid of these pirates. The name of the other party represents death, fear, darkness, and inhumanity. Anyone who encounters the Blood Shark Pirates basically has no way to live. Impossible, this is not a drill, is it just a drill? Yes, why did the Blood Shark Pirates appear in this place? Dream, this must be a dream, otherwise how could this happen? Where is the captain, where is the captain? Hurry up and escape, we can't fight them head on. Many people showed a desperate look, and all of them trembled. They were unprepared, and they didn't expect to meet the fierce pirates so soon. Dong! All of a sudden, the entire cruise ship shook violently. The ship that was originally moving at high speed suddenly stopped, as if it had completely broken down and could no longer move. This is bad. The ship's engine has been destroyed. It's impossible to steer now. We can't escape. The captain's voice came from the loudspeaker. Everyone could hear his fear. Everyone present knows that the Blood Shark Pirates are all sirens. Many of them are terrible sirens who can move quickly in the deep sea. They can catch up with the ship and destroy it from the bottom. A ship without an engine was simply a large coffin that could only be slaughtered by the enemy. They really came. Xia Ping's expression was very calm. He was very calm because he knew that the pirates would attack and he was mentally prepared. He even prepared a lot of backup plans. If this group of pirates attacked, it would be suicidal. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The pirate ship approached, and from the deck, powerful sea demons immediately jumped over. There were hundreds and thousands of them, and in the blink of an eye, they controlled the entire ship. Among them, the leader of the Blood Shark Pirates also jumped over. Surrounded by a group of younger brothers, he came to the humans on the ship. He looked fierce and murderous. You are Wu Ning. Shark 17 fiercely stared at Xia Ping, who was standing in the middle of the crowd, gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, you have a lot of courage, you actually dare to deal with our Blood Shark Pirates, causing trouble here, wishing for the world to be in chaos. The order of the entire endless sea is disrupted by people like you. Do you know that your behavior is heinous? Even if I kill your entire family, it won't be too much." His eyes revealed an amazing murderous aura. Why did you come so quickly? We aren't ready yet. Xia Ping pretended to be confused, as if he couldn't believe that the Blood Shark Pirates would come so quickly. You think this is a fucking game? We have to wait for you to be ready before we come, you are crazy. The group of pirates was immediately angered by Xiaoping's words. If they really waited for this kid to be ready, they would have already fled. How could they dare to appear again? They knew that this human wasn't ready, which was why they dared to come and kill him. They wanted to catch this human off guard and kill all the humans who wanted to deal with them. You stupid humans, you actually dare to group up to deal with our blood shark pirates. It seems that we are still a little too soft-hearted, so there are so many fish that escaped the net. Shark 17 said in a faint tone, but from now on, I will be ruthless, no one will be left alive. Any human who is a threat will be killed, and no future trouble will be left. You are honored, you will be the sacrifice of our blood shark pirates. These words made everyone present feel cold from the bottom of their hearts. These are the pirates of the endless sea, they kill people like flies, they don't care about etiquette and morality, they advocate the law of nature where the weak are prey to the strong. Everyone was desperate, they had planned to take revenge before, but they saw that these pirates had amazing strength, they were simply killing machines, how could they resist? Now that they can't take revenge, they will die in the hands of these enemies. Damn pirate, don't think that you can continue to be so rampant, you have done so many evil things, you will not have a good end. An old man gnashed his teeth, he was full of hatred towards Shark 17. Bang! Without waiting for the old man to finish speaking, Shark Shichi slapped the old man, causing him to fall to the ground. A red palm print appeared on the old man's face, and his mouth was full of blood. A few of his teeth even flew out. He fell to the ground, howling in pain. But this was not the end. Shark 17 stepped on the old man's head, trampling it fiercely, almost deforming his head. He said savagely, "Old thing, did I let you speak? Tell me yourself, did I allow you to speak?" Ah! The old man let out a mournful scream, the intense pain made him unable to speak at all, blood dripping from his body, such a miserable state made the surrounding people feel scared. This old man was also a master, a first heaven of the supreme power realm, but he was not a match for Shark 17 at all, he was knocked down with a single blow, unable to resist. The gap between the two sides was really too big. Chapter 769. This. Everyone's eyes widened as their hearts filled with rage and killing intent. They clenched their fists and were about to attack. However, the powerful pirates in the surroundings looked over with murderous gazes. The air was filled with a terrifying pressure, making it hard for them to breathe. It was as if their bodies were being crushed by a huge mountain, unable to move. Instantly, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. They no longer dared to move. Stop! At this time, a girl stood out. She couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to save the old man. Stop? Who do you think you are? Do you think you can stop just because you say so? One of the pirates laughed loudly. He looked at the girl as if he was looking at an idiot, his eyes filled with ridicule. You guys have done too many evil things. Sooner or later, there will be retribution. Even if we can't kill you, there will always be someone who can kill you in our place. A girl stood out, her eyes filled with hatred as she gnashed her teeth. Her parents had been killed by this group of pirates. It was said that they had been eaten alive by them, leaving not even their bones behind. There is someone who can kill us. What a joke. This old man, Shark 13, has roamed the seas for decades. Who can kill me? However, you actually dared to stand out. At least you have some backbone. I like to eat humans with backbone the most. They are chewy. Shark 17 laughed malevolently. A huge hand the size of a cattail leaf fan grabbed out at an extremely fast speed. Whistling sounds could be heard as the air was torn apart. It's over. Everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. Such a fragile girl was probably no stronger than tofu under such a sharp claw. She would be crushed to death in an instant and turned into a pile of meat paste. They didn't dare to look at the miserable state of this girl when she died. At this time, Xiaoping suddenly moved, blocking in front of the girl and slapping out with his palm. Boom! The collision of the two tyrannical forces immediately produced a huge vibration sound, and an astonishing energy burst out, sweeping in all directions. Several pirates nearby were caught off guard and were shaken out. Shark 17 was also horrified and couldn't help but take a few steps back. However, Xia Ping didn't move a single inch. What a powerful force! Shark 17 couldn't hide the shock in his heart. He was a member of the sea demon race. Just his strength alone was more than 10 times that of an ordinary human. Against an ordinary human, he could simply crush them. Usually, it didn't need to do anything at all. With a single punch, it could turn a human into minced meat. But now, there was actually a human who was even stronger than it. This was simply unbelievable. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes and looked at Shark 17 dangerously. You want to make a move on the people here? Have you asked for my permission? Do you really think you don't have to pay the price for acting so atrociously in my territory? Price my ass, you bastard human. Not only will I kill all the men here and dismember them into 1,000 pieces, I'll also take all the women here and bring them back to fuck them all. What can you do about it? Shark 17 sneered, not taking Xia Ping seriously at all. The other sea demons were also sneering. A puny human dared to behave atrociously in front of them? He really didn't know his own capabilities. Boom! As soon as the words left his mouth, Shark 17 immediately attacked. Shark Race's King Class Martial Skill, Shark Rampage 18 Styles. In the blink of an eye, its huge body came crashing over. Even though its body was huge, its speed was inconceivably fast. It was like a shark swimming in the sea, breaking through the surface of the sea in an instant to kill its prey. Its sharp claws slashed over. Astral energy vibrated and condensed into substance. Under its control, the airflow turned into sharp wind blades. They were incomparably sharp and could cut through anything. It seemed like anything that stood in the way of these wind blades would be completely torn apart. They were even vibrating in the air, buzzing like bees flapping their wings. This martial skill was purely a martial skill for killing. Apart from killing, it had no other use. It seemed like it had abandoned all unnecessary movements. Every move and every style was aimed at killing the enemy. It didn't even hesitate to exchange injuries for injuries. Its killing efficiency was extremely high. Once Shark 17 touched it, he would either die or be severely injured. In fact, this martial skill was simply tailor-made for the shark race. Shark 17's powerful body, recovery ability that far surpassed humans, and astonishing strength allowed the might of this martial skill to be displayed to the fullest. If an ordinary martial artist wanted to fight against it, they would only be able to land a punch on Shark 17's body. Shark 17 wouldn't even be able to break his skin before his head would be smashed to pieces. It was incomparably wild and unstoppable. Fool! Xia Ping remained unmoved. He took a step forward, his entire person resembling a sacred Buddha. A halo of light appeared behind him, illuminating the world with Buddha's radiance, warming everyone's hearts. In the void, faint sounds of Sanskrit could be heard, as if a Buddha was chanting. Such light, such Sanskrit sounds, it seemed as if they wanted to expel the darkness of the world and welcome the light. Unmovable Buddha Palm. After advancing to the Grandmaster realm, this palm skill seemed to have undergone a massive transformation. It was as if it could finally display a trace of the true mysteries of this palm skill. Not only did this palm strike contain an extreme and violent destructive power, but it also contained mental strength. When facing this palm strike, the enemy seemed to be facing an extreme pressure. Illusions appeared in their minds, as if an arhat that could subdue dragons and tigers had appeared, wanting to slay demons with thunderous methods. Boom! Immediately, this palm strike shattered Shark 17's terrifying astral chi. It shattered inch by inch, as if the entire air had collapsed. The air was expelled, forming a temporary vacuum zone. Ah! Shark 17 didn't expect Xiaoping's palm strike to be so terrifying. It contained the immense power of an ancient divine beast, sweeping everything in its path. Even with his innate divine strength, he couldn't block it. Its huge body was sent flying. With a thump, it smashed into the ship's hold, creating a huge crater. Cracking sounds rang out as metal fragments flew in all directions. Cracks also appeared on the ground, extending for more than 10 meters. It was extremely shocking. The entire ship shook violently, as if the world was shaking. Impossible! The surrounding pirates were all dumbfounded. They were all shocked. Their captain, whom they revered like a god, was actually no match for a human. He was sent flying with a single palm strike and was at a disadvantage. So strong. The surrounding people were all shocked. Previously, they all thought that this Wu Neng was a good-for-nothing young master without any strength. He only wanted to use this method to make a name for himself because his family was rich. Who would have thought that he would be a complete mess of brutality? Human! Shark 17 roared, struggling to get up from the debris. His eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his fists. His aura was boiling, distorting the air and causing the debris on the ground to tremble violently. Everyone present could feel Shark 17's intense killing intent. It was so strong that it was almost tangible. Every pore on their bodies felt as if they were being pricked by needles, and their bodies were trembling. Chapter 770. Stop shouting. Even as Shark 17 shouted, a whooshing sound rang out as Xiaoping used the Kunping steps to appear in front of Shark 17, whereupon he unleashed a fist strike. Boom! Immediately, the punch landed squarely on Shark 17's face, sending him flying. Ripples condensed into substance in the air, causing the air to tremble unceasingly. Captain! Many of the pirates' eyes popped out of their sockets. This human was extremely cruel. He didn't seem to want to give their boss any chance to fight back. His attacks were like a torrential storm. Aw! Shark 17 was incomparably indignant. Fuck, he was about to show off his might and kill this human. Who would have thought that this human wouldn't even give him the chance to do so? Shark 17's huge body hadn't even fallen to the ground when Xiaoping rushed over again. Fist imprints condensed in the air and smashed into Shark 17's body. His speed was so fast that his fists broke through the sound barrier. Dong dong dong. Shark 17 was like a sandbag, sent flying everywhere. He was like a small boat sailing on the sea. His skin had also split open, revealing traces of blood. Ha! He didn't receive any fatal injuries. Xiaoping narrowed his eyes. After dozens of punches, he realized that although Shark 17 looked miserable on the surface, the punches didn't penetrate his skin and enter his lungs. It seemed that every punch he landed on Shark 17's body was absorbed by the latter's body, constantly dissipating the force of his punches. Not a single punch could cause any fatal injuries. Foolish human, your punches are useless against me. The body structure of the shark race isn't something you humans can imagine. Shark 17 laughed heartily, looking very pleased with himself. The shark race had a special body structure. Their skin was covered with a thick layer of fat. This layer of fat could resist the cold and hundreds of tons of water pressure in the deep sea. This also resulted in their defense being off the charts. Ordinary physical attacks didn't have much effect on them. When a punch landed, no matter how strong the force, it would be quickly absorbed or dissipated by the fat. That was why Shark 17 relied on this tyrannical method. Often, human grandmasters didn't know about this and would attack him crazily. Even when their strength was exhausted, they couldn't harm Shark 17. In the end, Shark 17 waited for the other party to tire of beating him up, and then with a backhand slap, he smashed the human's head into minced meat. Concede, human, Shark 17 said with a vicious smile. You're not a match for me. Be a good boy and let yourself be captured. Close your eyes and wait for death. With that, he flipped through the air and landed on the ground. Its huge body was like a mountain of flesh as it stood on the ground, emitting an extremely powerful pressure. The wounds on its body were no longer bleeding, and they had even formed scabs. This was a special ability of the shark race, an extremely powerful self-healing ability. No matter how serious the injury was, as long as it was not fatal, the injuries on their bodies would automatically heal. If it was a light injury, it would scar within a few minutes and stop bleeding. What a monster! The surrounding humans were all shocked. This was the big pirate that dominated the sea. It was too strong. Its defense was invincible, and its recovery was extremely strong. Coupled with its unparalleled tyrannical strength and powerful martial arts, who could be its opponent? Clapless palm. Xia Ping's eyes were cold. It wasn't that he hadn't encountered enemies with such strong defense, and he had even killed many of them. This shark thought that it was invincible just because it had a strong defense. It was simply a frog at the bottom of a well. Whoosh! He struck out with his palm without any sound or presence. After advancing to the Grandmaster level, he had a deeper understanding of the clapless palm. He had completely softened the hard and soft forces. When the two forces were superimposed, its power was boundless. In the air, there seemed to be a faint roar of a real shark. What is this? Shark 17's hair stood on end. As a Grandmaster, he could feel that this palm was completely different from before. Its power had increased by several times, and it seemed to be able to pose a threat to him. Its huge body immediately moved. It was extremely agile, like a flying fish in the sea, trying to dodge this palm. But it was too late. It was only 2 to 3 meters away from Xia Ping, and Xia Ping's attack had broken through the sound barrier. With such a fast speed and such a short distance, how could it dodge? It was an attack that even the speed of thinking couldn't keep up with. Boom! The huge palm landed on Shark 17's body. Layers of terrifying fist force penetrated into his body, and the air exploded. It was as if the air had been blasted apart by this palm. The soft and soft forces and the hard and fierce forces softly blended together. The two forces exploded like a flood, sweeping away everything in its path. Even though Shark 17's body had an extremely strong defense, it couldn't withstand this extremely soft and soft palm force. In an instant, it penetrated through layers of his fat and blocked his lungs. Ah! Shark 17 let out a mournful scream. Even though he had suffered such a terrifying force, his body actually didn't fly out. He just stood there. This was because the soft and soft force was different from the hard and fierce force. It completely affected the enemy's body, not wasting a single bit of its force. It completely formed a vibration and destroyed the enemy's body. It could be imagined that the destructive power of this soft palm was incomparable. The terrifying energy continuously shook Shark 17's internal organs. The ground he stood on immediately cracked open, looking like a spiderweb. And his nose, mouth, eyes, ears, and other places were all bleeding. The surrounding people could see Shark 17's miserable state. It was as if he had turned into a bloody man. His whole body's skin had cracked open, and blood seemed to be freely flowing out. Drip, 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 the earth was dyed red. This kind of injury was simply fatal. Even though the shark race had a strong recovery ability, they were helpless in the face of this palm. Their injuries were too heavy, and they couldn't use their recovery ability. They were helpless. Captain! The surrounding pirates were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that their captain, whom they respected like a god, would be beaten to such a miserable state by a puny human. They couldn't imagine it and thought that this was some kind of illusion. But their captain's scream was so real that they couldn't help but believe that their captain was really finished. Go to hell! A cold light flashed in Xia Ping's eyes. He immediately made a move, wanting to smash this pirate's head with a palm and end his life. You dare! Stop, damned human! You dare to kill the boss of the blood shark pirates? Do you want to die? Let's go together and kill this human. Pile him to death. Seeing that their captain was in danger, the nearby pirates angrily shouted and immediately wanted to stop him. Chapter 771. Boom! The first to attack were the 4 senior cadres of the Blood Shark Pirates, Eel 5, Arrow 7, Zhang 9, and Crab 18. Arrow 7 was the fastest because his original body was a swordfish. His swimming speed in the sea was comparable to that of a flying arrow. He was known as the fastest fish demon in the sea. When he was in the sea, once he broke out the extreme speed, his whole body would be like a cone-shaped flying arrow, forming a terrible wave that could pierce the enemy in an instant. Even though he was on land now, his speed was not reduced at all. He held a sharp blade in one hand, which was so sharp that it could cut iron like mud. His whole body turned into a light, leaving the place and attacking Xia Ping. This was a peerless stab. Phew! Eel 5 was also not simple. His original body was an electric eel, known as the Judge of the Sea. He had the power to control thunder and was feared by countless sea demons. Once the power of thunder and lightning broke out in his body, the area within a kilometer would be covered by the thunder energy, reaching 100,000 volts. Any creature that approached would be roasted in an instant. He clenched his big hand, and a terrible thunder energy gushed out from his body. With a crackling sound, it instantly condensed into a thunder spear, which was purple and contained mysterious runes. In the next second, the thunder spear was thrown out by him to penetrate Xia Ping's body. Bang! Zhang Nine's movements were the most violent. His original body was an octopus with many tentacles, each of which was equivalent to a steel spear. He waved his countless tentacles, and overlapping spear shadows appeared in the void, tearing the air at tricky angles. It was as if a spear grandmaster was born in the world. These tentacles were extremely terrifying, tearing everything apart. In an instant, they covered Xia Ping's body, blocking any space that he could move and time to dodge. Whoosh! Crab 18 was the most insidious. His original body was a sea crab with 2 sharp crab claws, like scissors. Even titanium alloy metal could be cut into countless pieces in an instant. He was even proficient in the art of assassination. Once he moved, he would move horizontally in an instant, disappearing silently in this space as if he had integrated into the shadows. No one could find him. In the next second, he appeared behind Xia Ping, waving his crab claws, wanting to cut off Xia Ping's head and kill him completely. These 4 senior cadres also had the strength of Supreme Power Stage 2. Even if their individual strength was inferior to Shark 17's, the combined threat of 4 high-ranking officers was many times more terrifying than Shark 17's. Be careful. Despicable. Bullying with numbers. The surrounding humans were shocked, and their pupils shrank. They didn't expect these pirates to be so despicable. The captain couldn't beat the others, so several of his subordinates attacked at the same time. It was extremely sinister. Despicable. We are pirates who do all kinds of evil. Who would fight with you alone? Ganging up on us is the way to go. Who told you to be alone? A pirate said proudly. Die! The 4 pirate cadres attacked at the same time, and the cold killing intent spread through every pore of Xia Ping's body, condensing into substance, turning the whole air into mercury, which was extremely heavy. Shark 17 was overjoyed. He had thought that he was done for and that he would be killed by the human. He hadn't expected that he wouldn't be so easy to deal with. At the critical moment, he had appeared and stopped the brat. Idiot, do you think you can win just because a few good-for-nothings launched a sneak attack? Today, I will let you good-for-nothings know that there is always someone better than you. Xia Ping sneered, and in an instant, he took out the soul-sucking bell. Tyrannical stellar energy immediately surged out of his body and crazily poured into the soul-absorbing bell, activating the energy of the mysterious soul-absorbing bell. With the soul-absorbing bell as the center, circles of spiritual fluctuations that were invisible to the naked eye immediately surged out. Rumble. These terrifying spiritual fluctuations were like waves, spreading in all directions. This was an attack that touched the soul, and its speed was unimaginably fast. The 4 senior cadres, and even the pirates who were watching the show, didn't know what was going on, and were hit by the power of the soul-sucking bell. Dong! Such a sound was like a morning bell, and it fiercely hit the depths of their souls, shaking them to the point that their minds went blank for a few seconds. Kill! Xia Ping shouted, and as if he was possessed by Bai Qi, a terrifying killing intent filled the entire ship, and the ferocious nature of the humans present was completely aroused. Under his control, the power of the soul-sucking bell didn't affect the humans. All the people present were not affected, and they were still intact. Hearing Xia Ping's angry shout, and seeing the sluggish eyes of the pirates, who stood in the same place like wooden stakes, unable to move, they immediately knew that their opportunity had come. Each of these humans had a blood feud with the Blood Shark pirates. Among them, there were a few grandmasters, and the rest were martial masters. Their strength was definitely not simple. After being reminded by Xia Ping, they quickly reacted. This was a great opportunity. One of them took out a large saber and chopped down with great force. It was incomparably ferocious, and a sea demon was split in half from head to toe. Blood splattered everywhere. Others took out a 3-foot-long sword, and their movements were light, like a butterfly flying through flowers. In an instant, they came in front of a pirate, and with one thrust, they pierced through the other's heart, ending their lives. The most violent one was the old man who had been humiliated by the captain. He picked up a huge hammer from the side, and his whole body was like a giant. His muscles swelled, and his abdominal muscles were distinct. With a bang, he smashed down with the hammer, and in an instant, the head of a sea demon was smashed into meat paste. At this moment, these people were like killing machines. This was a one-sided massacre, and they killed all the pirates one by one. There was nothing simpler than this. Killing these pirates who had no consciousness of resistance was similar to whack-a-mole. One hit for one, simple and direct. They wouldn't show any mercy. Everyone knew that these were inhumane, murderous pirates. If they didn't resist, they would die. If these pirates didn't die, then they would die. Not to mention, they themselves had a blood feud with these pirates. Their relatives had all died at the hands of these pirates. Now that there was a chance for revenge, how could they miss it? No, no, no. You humans, you bastards, how can you do this? How dare you do this? Shark 17 was the strongest, and his soul power was also extremely powerful. He was also the first sea demon to wake up. When he regained consciousness, he immediately saw his subordinates being killed by the humans like wooden stakes, falling into a pool of blood. Immediately, his eyes widened, and his blood surged. His lungs were about to explode from anger. His elite subordinates had actually been slaughtered by these filthy, lowly, and weak humans. In just a few seconds, more than half of them had died. Chapter 772. Die! Xia Ping was too lazy to pay attention to the clamoring Shark 17. He pulled out the hell spear from his body and instantly stabbed towards the 4 pirate cadres. His speed was as fast as thunder. Bang bang bang! Eel 5, Arrow 7, 9th, and Krabby 18, these 4 high-level pirate cadres had just woken up, but they soon saw their chests being pierced by a spear. Their hearts were blown up at this moment. Ah! The 4 senior cadres let out a miserable scream. Suddenly, endless pain spread all over their body. It was as if every nerve in their body was being bitten by ants. The pain made them almost unable to breathe. They wanted to resist and kill this damn human. But now that their hearts were pierced, the strength of their whole body seemed to flow out along with their blood. The earth was completely dyed red. No, no, no! Shark 17's eyes were wide open. These 4 senior cadres had followed him through life and death for dozens of years. He didn't know how many hardships and dangers they had gone through. But now they were actually stabbed to death by a human, and their hearts were blown up. This scene was simply unacceptable to him. As the famous blood shark pirates, they are now wiped out here. No one will believe it. Originally, he thought that they were here to raid the humans and kill the other party by surprise, and by the way, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. But who would have thought that the other party was just one person, and they were so scared that they lost all their elites. I understand, it's a trap, this is a trap. Shark 17 stared at Xia Ping. He finally realized that he had stepped into the trap of this despicable and shameless human. How can this guy be a hothead? How can he be a playboy from a rich family? How can he be a pretty boy who will do anything to become famous? He is clearly a hidden vicious beast. With just one person, the other party has the power to annihilate the entire blood shark pirates. But they didn't know this and still foolishly attacked. If they didn't walk into a death trap, then what else could it be? They clearly came here to line up and die. He regretted it. If he knew that this human was so cruel, he wouldn't have come here even if he was beaten to death. He would have directly fled, abandoned this sea, and went to other places to make a comeback. But now it was too late. The elites of the blood shark pirates all died here because they took a wrong step. Trap? This is indeed a trap. Hearing this, the humans at the side immediately came to their senses and looked at Xia Ping with great admiration. At this moment, when they saw countless sea demons dying tragically at their hands, they also knew that this might be Xia Ping's plan. He pretended to be arrogant and arrogant. Not only did he deceive the people of the blood shark pirates, but he also deceived them. The purpose was to make the people of the blood shark pirates jump out by themselves. Sure enough, these pirates were fooled, thinking that there were no strong enemies on this ship. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill all their enemies, killing the chicken to scare the monkey. However, that arrogant young master was their strongest trump card. He himself was a powerful grandmaster. Additionally, he also carried a prized artifact with him. His combat power was unparalleled. Just one person can kill this group of pirates and cause them to be in a complete mess, completely routed. As a result, the sinister and cunning blood shark pirates were annihilated. If other means were used, not to mention annihilating the blood shark pirates, it would take a lot of effort to find them. You only understand now. It's too late. Since you dared to come here, then there's no need to leave. All of you can die. Xia Ping's eyes revealed a strong killing intent, causing the air to boil. Like a needle, it pierced into every pore of Shark 17's body. Despicable and shameless human, I will never let you go. Just wait for my revenge. In this life, Shark 17 will not be a demon if I don't kill you. Shark 17 roared, and his eyes revealed the murderous aura of a blood shark. He hated Xia Ping to the extreme, the kind of hatred that went deep into his bones. It was estimated that even the hatred of killing his father would not be greater than this. Dong! As soon as his voice fell, he immediately took out a black bomb from his body and instantly smashed it towards Xia Ping and the others. What? Everyone was shocked and subconsciously fell to the ground to avoid it. Boom! The black bomb exploded on the spot, and suddenly a large amount of black liquid erupted. It was the ink of some cuttlefish. It was overwhelming and almost covered the entire ship, blocking the line of sight of countless people. This was an ink bomb, a biological bomb made from the ink secreted by the cuttlefish. Although the power was not very great, it was not even comparable to an ordinary grenade, but the instant it erupted with ink, once released, it can cover the sky and block the sun. It can isolate spiritual power and block sight. This is a special bomb that is more powerful than smoke bombs. Once used, the enemy will no longer be able to track them. Human, wait for me, I will be back. Shark 17 roared, and taking advantage of this short gap, his whole body jumped and instantly left the ship. He jumped into the sea, splashing a large amount of waves. Damn, Shark 17 ran away. What should we do? This is the soul of the Blood Shark Pirates. Yes, as long as it doesn't die, the Blood Shark Pirates can be established again at any time. Mr. Wu Neng, what should we do now? Seeing Shark 17 leave, everyone was worried. They turned to look at Xia Ping next to them. Xia Ping's body was wrapped in an astral energy shield. The instant the ink bomb exploded, it immediately activated, isolating all the ink from the outside of the energy shield. He wasn't affected at all, and his body was very clean from head to toe. Kill! Xia Ping said lightly, there should be a lot of pirates in the pirate ship on the opposite side. Destroy all these pirates, and when we get rid of the minions of the Blood Shark Pirates, even if there is only Shark 17 left, it won't be able to turn over any waves. His words were full of murderous intent, making people tremble. Yes, even if Shark 17 escapes, there are still those minions. Those minions are the real culprits, they have killed countless people. All pirates should die, destroy them all. Kill without mercy. Hearing this, the group of people gritted their teeth, and a terrible killing intent surged in their hearts. Let's go. Xia Ping waved his hand and immediately led a group of people to attack the pirate ship next to him. At this moment, because things happened too fast, even Shark 17 didn't have time to notify some of the pirates on the pirate ship and quickly escaped. Therefore, the pirates on the pirate ship didn't know that their elite troops had been completely destroyed at this time. Even the captain was scared and jumped into the sea, fleeing in panic. He didn't dare to stay in this place. Whiz whiz whiz. Chapter 773. At this time, there were a large number of pirates on the pirate ship. They also saw humans jumping out of the ship one by one, and they even dared to attack their ship. Fuck, these humans are crazy, they dare to come to our pirate ship, are they going to line up to die? A pirate was stunned, it was the first time he saw this situation. Normally, they would kill all the humans in one fell swoop. Even if they don't die, they will kneel down and beg for mercy, but now there are people who dare to attack their pirate ship. This is simply unheard of. No, that's not right. Something's not right. Where's the captain, the 4 senior officers, and the elite crew? Where did they go? Aren't they killing those human trash? Some pirates noticed that something was wrong. They didn't seem to see their captain and those elite pirates. It was as if all these elites had disappeared. Could it be that captain and the others are dead? Were they killed by those damned humans? Some pirates guessed. Killed my ass, what kind of strong person is the captain? How could he be killed by those weak humans? Yes, you are crazy, how can you have such a ridiculous idea? Little humans only deserve to be the food of us fishmen, and they want to attack us, it's simply a dream. But the question is, if the captain is not dead, then where is he now? Why didn't these humans react when they attacked? Don't tell me, he is asleep. Many pirates felt a burst of bad. They felt that the ship that looked very weak, at this moment, was like a huge beast, devouring the elites of their Blood Shark pirate group. Whiz! At this time, Xia Ping took the lead and immediately came to the deck of the pirate ship, followed by a human elite, as if an army was pressing on the border, aggressive. Human, what are you doing here on the pirate ship? Why don't you leave quickly? Do you want to die? A pirate threatened fiercely, hoping to scare these humans. But the intimidation that was very effective before is basically useless now. No one will retreat when they hear these words. They are all looking at this group of pirates playfully. They don't know that they are going to die. These pirates are really stupid to the extreme. You want us to die? You still have a long way to go, sleep for me. Xia Ping faintly looked at the group of pirates. His expression was indifferent, like a god walking on earth. Dong! Xia Ping immediately operated the soul-absorbing bell and stimulated the mysterious energy inside. A terrifying spiritual storm swept around, affecting every corner of the entire pirate ship. He walked forward step by step, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. Every step he took caused the entire pirate ship to shake violently. as if it was earth-shattering and had reversed the universe. Xia Ping was like a god. His every step was more terrifying than the last. The water vapor was evaporating. Ah! In the face of this mental storm, even Captain Shark 17 couldn't resist it, so how could the remaining pirates resist it? They were immediately attacked in the depths of their souls. One by one, they let out shrill screams, clutching their heads as they fell to the ground, howling madly. Some of the weaker merpeople even fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, and their eyeballs turned white. They directly fainted, twitching incessantly, unable to move. Kill! A group of humans took out all kinds of weapons, broadswords, spears, hammers, and other cold weapons. There were also laser guns and other firearms. They were like tigers entering a flock of sheep, constantly harvesting. Dealing with these unconscious merpeople who fell to the ground and screamed, it was simply a one-sided slaughter. He didn't need to do anything else. With a swing of his saber, he chopped off his head. Blood spurted out like a fountain, dyeing the deck red and dripping with fresh blood. In just 10 minutes, all the pirates on the pirate ship were killed, not a single one was left alive, but on the human side, not a single one died, and even injuries were rare. Devour! At this moment, Xia Ping didn't follow the others to annihilate the remaining pirates. He stood on the deck and operated the energy in his body. At this moment, his soul seemed to have turned into a dark vortex, emerging from the void. This is a vision that human eyes can't see. Under such a dark vortex, the dead merpeople's souls turned into gray energy that was quickly absorbed by the vortex. It crazily devoured, refined, absorbed, and then transformed into pure soul energy. This is the soul-devouring power he obtained from the soul-devouring beast. Whenever a creature is killed, the moment before they die, they will always disperse a large amount of soul energy. Under normal circumstances, they will disappear from this world and return to nature. But with the unique ability of the soul-devouring beast, it can absorb the dispersed soul energy, constantly refining it, and then transforming it into soul energy that suits its own, strengthening its own soul force. What a rich soul force! Xia Ping closed his eyes. He felt a warm current coming from all directions, like a small river, pouring into the depths of his soul, constantly strengthening his soul force. He felt his soul seem to be growing little by little, thriving. Even if it doesn't increase his aura energy, it can still increase his soul force. This is an unprecedented benefit. In the distant sea, a dozen kilometers away, Shark 17 floated up, his face gloomy to the extreme. He looked at his pirate ship in flames, its flag collapsed, and its screams gradually weakened. He knew that this time, all the pirates that followed him were finished. With that despicable and shameless human here, it was impossible for any of his subordinates to survive. Damned human Wuneng, I won't let you go, I absolutely won't. Shark 17 gnashed his teeth, his heart dripping blood. His elite officers were all dead, his pirate ship was lost, and he himself was seriously injured. This was an unprecedented loss. It could be said that his decades of accumulation were all gone today. If he could, he simply wanted to immediately dismember that human's corpse into 1,000 pieces. But he felt a faint pain in his body. The human's palm strike had almost shattered his lungs. If it weren't for the powerful body of a shark, that palm would have been enough to send him to the Western Paradise. Even if he wanted to retaliate now, it would be impossible. Human Wuneng, I will remember you. The next time we meet, it will be the day of your death. Shark 17 gnashed his teeth. He had never suffered such a big loss in his life. Chapter 774. Mr. Wu, thank you so much. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to take revenge. After cleaning up all the pirates on the pirate ship, a group of people came to Xia Ping and all of them showed gratitude and excitement. If Xia Ping didn't take action, it was estimated that with their strength, they would be just a dish in front of these pirates. Some of them even looked ashamed. Just now, they thought that this young man was a fake, a playboy who only knew how to use his family's money to make a name for himself. They didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying. Even if he was alone, he could destroy a group of pirates. Such strength was not something small people like them could criticize. They were simply gauging the heart of a gentleman with their own mean measures. You're too polite. It's nothing. Everyone has the right to kill pirates. This is also the duty of us martial artists. Xia Ping waved his hand, showing a very humble look. As expected of Mr. Wu, you're really a master. If there were a few more grandmasters like Mr. Wu in the Endless Sea, there would be no need to worry about the pirates. That's right. It's a pity that Shark 17 slipped away. Otherwise, we could really wipe them all out. Some people felt that it was a pity. They were just one step away from killing Shark 17, but at the critical moment, they still let that bastard escape. It was really a pity. If they could kill Shark 17 while they were at it, it would be perfect. Don't worry. Shark 17 can't escape. His whereabouts have long been exposed. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, I can catch him, Xia Ping said lightly, his eyes shining. If he wanted to kill Shark 17, he would have already done so. Even if he took out that bomb, he wouldn't be able to escape. But if he killed Shark 17 now, the other party's nest and the treasures in it would never see the light of day. How could he do such a thing to waste treasures? Therefore, he let Shark 17 escape back to his nest. Then, Xia Ping followed them all the way to their lair and took all the treasures in one go. What? Did Mr. Wu install a tracking device on him? Sure enough, Mr. Wu. That's amazing. In this way, Shark 17 is dead. Mr. Wu got rid of a big threat for everyone. Everyone was shocked. They looked at Xia Ping with incomparable surprise. This was far beyond their expectations. Everyone, let's part ways here. Xia Ping looked at the crowd. Although the previous cruise ship is broken, there is a pirate ship here. You can use this ship to go back to the port. And I will chase after Shark 17. Although he didn't install a tracking device on Shark 17, he still remembered the other party's scent. Then, he used the 10,000 miles tracking technique to quickly find the other party's whereabouts. No matter how that fellow fled, he would not be able to escape his pursuit. What? Everyone was incomparably shocked. They wanted to ask Xia Ping how he was going to chase after Shark 17, but before they could ask, Xia Ping interrupted them. Boom! A small battleship immediately descended from the sky. It was completely silver and looked like a goddess of the moon. It gave off a dazzling radiance and looked incredibly holy. This warship was none other than the moon god. It also came out with Xia Ping. Through the invisibility system, it hid its body and floated in the air, merging with the clouds. It could support him at any time, just in case. Even if an old monster from the Blood Shark Pirates appears, he can use the power of the battleship to annihilate the other party. He has already prepared a complete plan. Whoosh! In the next second, a white beam of light descended from the battleship, creating a huge traction force. In an instant, Xia Ping was pulled up and soon disappeared from everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned as they watched Xia Ping board the battleship and leave this place. At this time, in another sea area, a battleship was sailing fast. More than 20 grandmasters appeared on it, wearing red military uniforms with the word Sin on the back. They were surrounded by a blood-red murderous aura. These grandmasters were at least at the first sky of Grandmaster Realm, and the strongest was at the fourth sky of Grandmaster Realm. Moreover, each of them looked fierce, with hooked noses and slanted eyes. They didn't look like good people. If Xia Ping was here, he would definitely recognize 2 or 3 of these grandmasters. They were Zhang Xiang, Chen Boning, and Sha Lin. Impressively, they were one of the group of core students who were punished by the giant company during the genius battle because of Xia Ping. They were banished to the Endless Sea and forced to join the sinful army. Captain Zhang. A man with a knife scar opened his mouth and said, "Is the news true? Is the nest of the blood shark pirates, which is ranked 98th in the Endless Sea, really in this foggy island nearby?" Zhang Xiang nodded and said, "It's true. Our sinful army captured an elite member of the blood shark pirates before. After torture, he finally broke down and told us. Not only did he tell us the location of the blood shark pirates, but also the distribution of their forces. This information is undoubtedly correct. It's a great opportunity for our sinful army to annihilate the blood shark pirates." There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. "If it's true, we can kill these pirates. How many credits and elixirs can we get? Maybe we can leave the sinful army soon." He was extremely excited and clenched his fists. "Don't dream. If you want to leave the sinful army, you need an astronomical number of credits. There may be a slight possibility of killing the top 50 pirate groups. Just killing the blood shark pirates is far from enough." Zhang Xiang sneered. The man with a knife scar was very helpless. He also knew that Zhang Xiang was right. The higher the ranking of the pirate group, the more terrifying their strength. Their captains are all kings. It's no different from a dream to annihilate a pirate of this level. If they encounter such a pirate, they won't even have time to escape. Most of the people who join the sinful army are villains, murderers, robbers, or criminals who have committed various felonies. Under normal circumstances, they are bound to die. But in order to maximize their value, the government still let them join the sinful army and use their merits to make up for their mistakes. However, it's not so simple to get credit and save yourself from death. Such credit alone is enough to make these criminals desperate. But it's rumored that the head of the blood shark pirates is a master of the 4th level of the supreme power realm. Moreover, he has many strong subordinates. He even arranged many backups in his nest. Chen Boning said in a deep voice, "Even if we know the location of the enemy's nest, if we go in rashly, we won't be able to kill him. Instead, we may be killed by him." Chapter 775. Don't worry about this. Zhang Xiang smiled slightly. Now the enemy is in the light and we are in the dark. It is a great opportunity. We don't need to fight them head-on. In order to deal with the blood shark pirates, I prepared a bottle of jellyfish venom. This kind of venom, as long as one drop, its toxicity can poison tens of thousands of lives. Even a grandmaster can't resist it. At that time, we sneak into the blood shark pirates' lair and secretly poison their water source. This poison is colorless and tasteless. Those pirates will never find it. When these pirates die of poison, then we will make a move. I think we can catch them." He took out a bottle of transparent poison. "Amazing, as expected of Captain Zhang, you can even take out this kind of poison. It must be valuable. Captain Zhang is a descendant of the famous Zhang family. It's child's play to take out this kind of strange poison. It seems that following Captain Zhang is the right thing to do. We are lucky." The people present were flattering Zhang Xiang again and again. They admired Zhang Xiang very much and their eyes lit up. Everyone was very convinced and thought that it was easy to kill those pirates. They are all real villains, murderers, the kind of people who do all kinds of evil. All of them are unruly. It is not so easy to convince them. The reason why Zhang Xiang can become the captain of this team is not only because he is strong enough, but also because his family's power can provide him with a lot of help, which greatly increases the chance of survival. Therefore, these members have to be convinced and let Zhang Xiang be the captain and listen to his orders. This plan is good. At that time, we don't need to spend any effort to annihilate this group of pirates, and we don't need to fight with them. You are indeed Brother Zhang. Chen Boning admired him and his eyes showed a trace of greed. I heard that this pirate group has been running rampant in the Endless Sea for decades. I don't know how much wealth they have plundered. They are extremely rich. If we can annihilate this pirate group, I don't know how many elixirs, and all kinds of treasures we can get. It seems that we are going to make a fortune this time. He wanted to take the treasures of this pirate group as his own. Make a fart. Sha Sanlin sneered, if we dare to run away with these treasures, the smart iron rings on our necks will be detonated in less than 3 seconds. We will die without a whole body. How can we run? Are we courting death? He pointed at the silver steel ring around his neck. This silver steel ring was tightly tied around his neck, like Sun Wukong's band-tightening spell. There was no way to get rid of it, and it was also equipped with terrifying explosives. Once it detonated, it would be enough to blow them into pieces. This was also a method prepared by the Sin army. After all, the people who joined the Sin army were basically all prisoners on death row. They wanted to escape at all times, so the higher-ups installed self-exploding steel rings on them. If he discovered anyone trying to escape, he would immediately detonate it and kill the prisoner. Up until now, none of the prisoners had been able to escape with this method. Once they tried to escape, they would be detonated and killed on the spot, leaving nothing behind. Hearing this, the expressions of the surrounding people became gloomy. They also felt very displeased. This thing was no different from a dog's necklace. It controlled one's life and death, and there was no way to resist. There's no need to be so nervous. Zhang Xiang waved his hand. Why do we need to escape with these treasures? In fact, we can fill our own pockets and swallow most of the treasures of these pirates. Anyway, it's impossible for the higher-ups to know how many treasures there are in the pirate group. We can just randomly say a number, or say that when we escape, the pirates will detonate the treasury, and all the treasures will be gone. They can't do anything about it. With these training resources, our training speed will be faster. Even if we become the king, we will have a higher chance. At that time, we can openly leave the Sin army. The eyes of the surrounding people brightened, and they felt that it was very reasonable. Yes, Captain Zhang is right. This sentence is very reasonable. Why can't we fill our own pockets? People must know how to fish. If they don't, they would have starved to death long ago. Indeed, relying on the provisions given by the Sin army, when will it be enough for us to train? A horse won't get fat without grass at night, and a man won't get rich without a windfall. No wonder he is the son of a rich man. The young master of the Zhang family is indeed better at making money than us uncouth people. Just a random idea can make our brains full of fat. One by one, the grandmasters nodded and felt that this idea was good. Their eyes lit up, and they couldn't wait to immediately break into the blood shark pirate's nest and wantonly plunder. Yes, we must leave the Sin army as soon as possible. Every time we carry out a mission, we don't know when it will end. If we are unlucky, I'm afraid we will really die. Chen Boning nodded, and his face was solemn. After they joined the Sin army, every time they carried out an extremely dangerous mission. If they were not fighting with fierce and cruel pirates, they would enter a dangerous place to explore. Until now, several core students who joined the Sin army with them had died under the mission again and again. If they were unlucky and encountered a dangerous enemy, it was estimated that they would die like this. Damn, it's all that hateful Xiaoping's fault. If it weren't for this son of a bitch who did all kinds of evil and made trouble out of nothing, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Sha Sanlin gnashed his teeth. Chen Boning clenched his fists. I heard that he is doing very well now, and he made a name for himself in the celestial demon battlefield. He extorted many demon kings and obtained several trillion in wealth. He is simply overflowing with wealth. It is said that he has become a core member of the giant corporation and a core student of Yanhuang University. He has a bright future, and many big shots think highly of him. Now he has come to the giant city of the Endless Sea, and he plans to come here to train and advance to the king realm. When he thought of his current experience and compared it with Xiaoping's glorious resume and incomparably bright future, he was so angry that his teeth itched. He simply wanted to catch Xia Ping immediately and peel his skin and tendons. Advance my ass. Zhang Xiang, who was originally wise and steady, couldn't help but curse when he heard the name Xia Ping. He was a little flustered and exasperated. If he eats shit, he still wants to advance to the king realm. Why doesn't he go to heaven? Does he think that the king realm is some strange realm that anyone can advance to? Although his talent is good, there are many talented geniuses in this world, but they are also stuck in this realm, unable to break through for dozens of years. I think that kid is no exception. He cursed fiercely. Alright, don't talk about that son of a bitch. It's bad luck just talking about it. It's like we met some god of plague. Sha Senlin's face was gloomy and dark as if he had eaten shit. Just you wait. That kid is also in the endless sea. If I meet him, he will definitely die. I will risk my life to kill him. Chen Boning was full of killing intent. Of course we have to kill him, but let's not care about this now. We should quickly go to the Blood Shark Pirate's nest and fill our pockets. Zhang Xiang also calmed down. Whoosh! Chapter 776. In midair, the moon god is flying slowly. At this time, Xia Ping is sitting cross-legged in the practice room of the moon god, running qigong, carefully understanding the gains he has made during this period, and then digesting and absorbing them into his own martial arts. By the way, Xia Ping clenched his fists. It's time to exchange for the 4th level of the Dark North Body Protection Technique and the 7 Arrows Technique. I should be able to cultivate them when I reach the Supreme Power Realm. He is looking forward to it. These 2 techniques have surpassed the king level. He doesn't know what realm they have reached. If he can comprehend them carefully, he will definitely gain a lot. Ding! Immediately, Xia Ping's mind moved and immediately exchanged for the 4th level of these 2 techniques. He spent a total of 40 million hatred points, and he still has 215 million hatred points left. This hatred point is already a drop in the bucket for him. Rumble! The moment the exchange was successful, the majestic information immediately poured into Xia Ping's mind, and countless mysterious words and images flashed in the depths of his soul, making him remember it very deeply. This is enlightenment. So, this is the 4th level of the Dark North Body Protection Technique. Xia Ping ran the new Qigong roadmap, and he found that the 4th level was more than 10 times stronger than the 3rd level. Before, it was just the way of true essence, but now it is the way of Gang Qi. Not to mention anything else, the density of the condensed Qi shield is many times stronger than before. If you have to compare it, it was just pig iron before, but now it is steel that has been tempered. Ha! When Xia Ping ran the 4th level of the Dark North Body Protection Technique, the Gang Qi condensed and turned into an Qi shield. A large amount of black aura seemed to appear, as if his whole body was surrounded, condensing into a small black hole. Any power attack on this black Qi shield will be quickly swallowed, like a kunpeng, swallowing and nibbling, absorbing all the energy clean. Too strong. Xia Ping's eyes showed a glimmer of light. If the 3rd level of the technique is only to rebound the enemy's power, then the 4th level of the technique is to absorb. This is not an ordinary absorption, but does not distinguish any energy or any substance, like a divine beast Taotai, absorbing all the power of the opponent's attack and turning it into his own. If it is the previous Dark North Body Protecting Art, when it encounters some special energy attacks, it cannot be absorbed at all. It will be indigestible, and it can only be transferred to other places, constantly unloading the tyrannical force. If it couldn't be dispelled, it would harm the body and cause serious damage to the lungs. But now it was completely different. He operated the Dark North Body Protection Art. It was as if he had smelted a black hole, swallowing everything. Any attack power would be devoured cleanly and completely refined. The 4th level of the head-nailing 7 arrows art is also extremely powerful. Xia Ping clenched his fists tightly. He discovered that this cultivation method's use of stellar energy was simply exquisite to the extreme. It had reached a perfect realm and was almost miraculous. Xiao! With a thought, he instantly channeled his gang qi and condensed it into a dagger. He immediately threw it out. With a thud, it instantly hit a wooden board 100 meters away from the practice room and nailed it accurately on it. However, the moment the dagger was shot out, it seemed to disappear without a trace. It was as if it had disappeared from this world, and when it reappeared, it was in another dimension. Xia Ping was also shocked by this attack. Although he had only used a portion of his strength, he was still shocked by this martial skill. This is the supreme way of assassination. The attack was silent and there was not even a murderous aura. It was as if it was hidden in space. It was estimated that the enemy's heart would be pierced, and the enemy would not know what was going on. He would not even know how he died. It can be said that such a realm has touched a trace of the mystery of space, and the skill is close to the Tao. Previously, Xia Ping listened to the system's introduction. The most profound realm of this cultivation method could nail the enemy across countless spaces. He was a little skeptical and wondered how there could be such a tyrannical martial skill. But now that he has touched a trace of the mystery of the supreme assassination, he seems to have opened the door to a new world, as if the power above the king has also touched a trace. Boom! I don't know how long it took. Xia Ping continued to comprehend these two cultivation methods, Ran Qigong, and the Gang Qi in the Dantian Sea of Qi also underwent a great transformation. At this moment, his entire body seemed to have turned into a black hole, and a giant Kunpeng appeared behind him. It opened its mouth and swallowed, and the surrounding heaven and earth Yuan Qi crazily surged into the Kunpeng. Boundless energy also flowed through his 108,000 pores, instantly entering his Dantian Sea of Qi. After being refined by the solar furnace, it rapidly transformed into Gang Qi. This Gang Qi was like a flood dragon, swimming around his meridians and roaring, resonating with the blood and Qi in his body, producing an inconceivable amount of energy. When this new Gang Qi reached a certain level, almost reaching the limit of his body's capacity, one acupoint after another was instantly opened, as if some door had been smashed. Bang bang bang! Immediately, 2 or 3 acupoints were smashed open, completely opened. Large amounts of Gang Qi seemed to have found their home, and madly surged into them. After being refined by the pure Yang immortal art, this Gang Qi was stained with the pure Yang aura, transforming into numerous hell crows that resided in the depths of the acupoints, crying out. At the same time, Xia Ping's strength and mental energy also increased bit by bit. By the time he opened his eyes, the sun had already risen. It was high in the sky, and the night had passed just like that. However, he wasn't tired at all. Instead, he was in high spirits, feeling unprecedentedly good. After cultivating these two peerless cultivation techniques, Xia Ping felt that he was a lot stronger than before. At the same time, he had also thoroughly consolidated his martial Dao foundation. It's about time to track Shark 17. I reckon that he has already returned to his lair. I can't let him escape. Xia Ping clenched his fists. He finally began to track Shark 17. In the blink of an eye, another 4 hours passed. He followed Shark 17's scent, and after flying for who knew how many kilometers, he finally arrived at a place. Oh? This is the place. Xia Ping sat on the battleship, and through the battleship's scanning system, he immediately saw the scenery below. In the distance, he saw a unique sea region, and the surroundings were filled with black fog. People's eyes couldn't see anything more than 3 meters away, but with the battleship's scanning system, he could barely see a portion of it. There were many islands and reefs in this sea region, and if an ordinary ship entered, it would definitely crash. Chapter 777. It's indeed a good place to hide. Xia Ping looked at the foggy island. If he didn't have the 10,000-mile tracking technique, he probably wouldn't be able to track Shark 17. Even if he really followed the other party to this island, with the natural fog, people who were not familiar with this place would be at a loss. Even if he brought 100,000 troops, they might be buried. Taking a step back, the enemy's strength is too tyrannical. The blood shark pirates can rely on this dangerous place to escape without worrying about being surrounded by the enemy. Go in. Xia Ping jumped off the battleship. He placed the battleship in midair and sneaked into the foggy island alone. In an instant, he disappeared into the endless fog. For ordinary people, it is easy to get lost in such a fog, but he has the golden crow's eye, which can see through all illusions and even has the power of X-ray vision. A mere fog is nothing to him. The aura seems to be interrupted here. Xia Ping tracked all the way to a remote reef. This place seems to be a whirlpool of seawater, surrounded by many reefs, making this place form a lake of tens of kilometers. The surrounding black fog lingered, and from time to time, there would be raging waves hitting the shore. It seems to be a dangerous place without any signs of human habitation. What's going on? Shark 17's aura disappeared in this place, but there is no place to hide around. Where is he hiding? Xia Ping looked around, but he didn't find any trace of the blood shark pirate's lair. With a bang, he subconsciously used the golden crow's eye of hell. Immediately, a special energy gushed out of his eyes, as if a sun was rotating in his pupils. Soon, a golden light shot out and instantly penetrated the fog in this area. Shockingly, a completely different change had occurred in this area. This dangerous lake had transformed into an enormous island that was filled with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. It was lush and verdant, and it was even to the extent that there were countless forts and luxurious buildings standing in a forest. So that's how it is. Xia Ping suddenly realized, this is also a natural formation. It has an illusion, which is integrated with the surrounding reefs and seawater, resulting in all kinds of illusions. I reckon that even a grandmaster would not be able to tell that there is a huge island hidden here. If it wasn't for my golden crow's eye of hell, which allows me to see through illusions, I might have really been fooled. Thinking of this, he stepped on the surface of the sea and walked toward the entrance of the formation without hesitation. Xia Ping immediately sensed some sort of invisible power blocking his path, but he quickly drew on his energy arts and unleashed Empyrean energy that shattered the power. In the next second, he disappeared on the spot and appeared on an island. This is the lair of the blood shark pirates. After Xia Ping entered the island, he found that the island was not small. It was estimated to be dozens of kilometers in diameter, and there were many buildings everywhere, including luxurious palaces and beautiful houses. In this era, building a house couldn't be simpler. A 3D printed machine could be used to build it in a day, no matter how beautiful it was. Although the seafloor race did not have the technology that humans had, they could trade, which was equivalent to having the technology to build all sorts of buildings at any time. When Xia Ping broke the formation and forced his way through, the air was filled with strong energy fluctuations. Immediately, the pirates who lived here discovered it and were immediately alarmed. Who is it? How dare you trespass on the Blood Shark Island? Do people nowadays have no idea of death? Enemy attack, enemy attack. Quickly send people over to encircle and annihilate the enemy. Everyone pay attention, there is only one enemy. What? Only one person dares to trespass on the Blood Shark Island? Does he want to die? Kill him. Skin him and pull out his tendons. Teach this invader a lesson. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Suddenly, the pirates on the Blood Shark Island shouted and clamored madly. They only had one way to deal with the invader, and that was to kill without mercy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the pirates on the Blood Shark Island swarmed out like locusts. There were at least hundreds and thousands of pirates appearing, which looked very astonishing. Although Shark 17 had brought a considerable number of elites to sneak attack before, there were also many pirate elites left on the island to guard the door. This was a number that should not be underestimated. Ordinary warriors entering this place was simply entering a dragon's pool and tiger's den. Fool! Xia Ping would not hold back. These pirates did all kinds of evil and killed people like flies. The number of innocent people who died in their hands was enough to form a small mountain. It would not be an exaggeration to say that there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even if these pirates died 10,000 times, it would not be a pity. Soul-sucking bell. He took a step forward and poured his psychic power into the soul-sucking bell. Previously, he had absorbed the souls of a large number of dead pirates, which greatly increased his soul power. The power of the soul-sucking bell also increased with it, covering a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers. Boom! In an instant, with Xia Ping's body as the center, a huge psychic shock was produced, sweeping in all directions like a wave, pushing forward layer by layer. Bang bang bang! Facing such a psychic attack, these pirates were more fragile than babies. It was as if their souls were being attacked by swords and spears, almost tearing their souls apart. Ah! One by one, they let out mournful screams. Some were foaming at the mouth and fell to the ground, unconscious. Some were holding their heads and rolling on the ground, screaming in pain. Some were bleeding from their 7 orifices. They were seriously injured and turned into idiots. Go to hell! Xia Ping grabbed with his big hand, and the pure yang immortal art on his body operated. A large number of flames gushed out from the 108,000 pores under his control. Black fireballs suddenly appeared in the air. This was the fireball bomb he learned from the Sky Demon battlefield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With a backhand slap, these black fireballs flew quickly like a big bird. In an instant, they smashed into these pirates and immediately caused a shocking explosion. Rumble, the explosive power of these black fireballs was extremely strong. All of a sudden, a huge deep pit was blasted out, and the soil was splattered everywhere. The surrounding buildings were blasted by the shock wave and collapsed, turning into ruins. And the pirates were the most miserable. Originally, they were knocked unconscious by the soul-sucking bell and had no power to resist. Now that they were attacked by the black fireballs, their whole bodies were blown into pieces. One by one, the pirates were blown into meat sauce, and there were no bones left. In just a few breaths, none of the pirates present could stand up. They were either killed on the spot or seriously injured. Bastard! At this time, Shark 17, who was in the depths of the palace, finally couldn't sit still. He instantly jumped out and arrived in front of Xia Ping like a cannonball. Chapter 778. How did you find Blood Shark Island? Shark 17's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw Xia Ping again. The location of Blood Shark Island was extremely well hidden. Shark 17 had even taken a detour on his way back to confuse people and cut off all tracking. Even if the other party managed to find the location of Blood Shark Island, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to pinpoint the exact location of Blood Shark Island, as it was a natural maze formation. Not to mention, Blood Shark Island itself was covered by a formation. It was the most hidden of all secrets. But this kid was actually able to accurately find this place. This was simply unimaginable. If this guy wasn't a human, Shark 17 would have thought that there was a spy on his side. It doesn't matter how you found it. You just need to know one thing, and that is that you will die today. Xia Ping looked at Shark 17 indifferently, his eyes filled with killing intent. You want me, Shark 17, to die? Puny human, do you think you're qualified? Shark 17 roared and instantly took out a blood-colored flag. Suddenly, the entire world seemed to be filled with a terrifying blood aura that covered the sky and covered the earth. Vaguely, with the blood-red flag as the center, a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers was surrounded by the blood-red aura. It was as if they had fallen into an endless hell. The weeds and trees on the ground seemed to be corroded by the blood-red aura. They rapidly withered and turned into withered grass. Or rather, they were withered wood that had their life force sucked away. Even the yellow ground seemed to be corroded and turned red. The corpses of the dead pirates seemed to be completely devoured and turned into blood-red aura. Then, this aura was madly absorbed by the flag. Ghostly wails and wolf-like howls could be heard in the void. Skeletons also appeared on the ground. Treasure? Xia Ping raised his eyebrows. He could immediately tell that the blood-red flag was a treasure. Moreover, it was a demonic treasure with boundless power and terrifying destructive might. Are you afraid? Shark 17 sneered. Don't think that you're the only one with a treasure. I didn't bring the blood fiend flag with me. That's why you got what you wanted. Now that I have a treasure, how can a puny human like you be a match for me? Boom! As soon as it finished speaking, it waved the flag of evil in its hand. With a wave of the flag, a bloody wind was created. The wind howled and ghosts cried. This baleful blood aura was one of the most sinister auras in the world. Once it came into contact with a living being, it would immediately have a terrifying effect of corroding the body and soul. Even stellar energy could not withstand it, and it specialized in breaking stellar energy. By relying on this flag, Shark 17 was simply invincible. He slaughtered in all directions and moved unhindered through the ocean, and he didn't know how to behead his enemies. It was a powerful supreme treasure. However, in order to maximize the power of this blood fiend flag, it had to use the blood and souls of living beings as a sacrifice, merging them into the flag and transforming them into blood fiend chi. Because of this, every time it went out to sea to plunder, it would kill everyone and use ordinary people as sacrifices to refine its blood fiend flag and increase its power. For the sake of this treasure, it had killed people like flies, and it was unknown just how many lives it had harmed. Die! Shark 17's expression was ferocious. He circulated the demonic energy in his body and poured it all into the flag. He hated Xia Ping to the extreme, and he wanted nothing more than to peel off his skin and pull out his tendons. If it wasn't for this hateful human, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Countless of his elite subordinates had died tragically, and his proud subordinates had been killed. The power he had built up over the years had been destroyed in a day. This was no less than the hatred of killing one's father and stealing one's wife. When the flag moved, it seemed to attract the baleful blood aura in the world, forming a blood fiend flood dragon. It roared loudly and attacked Xia Ping, trying to devour him completely. The rocks on the ground were instantly shaken into powder. Along the way, countless weeds and trees were completely corroded, and all their vitality was stolen. Dark North Body Protection Art. Facing this treasure that specialized in breaking stellar energy, Xia Ping was unmoved. He circulated the Dark North Body Protection Art, and a Kunpeng appeared behind him. It flew around the world like a supreme divine beast had descended. It opened its mouth and swallowed. It seemed like Xia Ping's body had turned into a black hole, producing an extreme suction force. What? This human has gone mad. Shark 17's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. When ordinary humans faced this baleful blood aura, which one of them wouldn't flee in panic, afraid that they would be corroded by the baleful blood aura and damage their martial foundations? But this brat was so arrogant that he had no boundaries. He actually took the initiative to devour the baleful blood aura. If Shark 17 hadn't seen the intelligence of this human before, he would have thought that this human had gone mad. Rumble Xia Ping didn't care about Shark 17's shock. After cultivating the 4th level of the Dark North Body Protection Art, his defensive abilities had reached an inconceivable level. Even if this baleful blood aura had miraculous effects on ordinary life forms, it was useless against him. Once all the strange energies entered his body, they would be completely refined and absorbed by the sun furnace. Shark 17 was simply dreaming if he wanted to use the baleful blood aura to deal with him. Walala! At this moment, he was like a Kunpeng, swallowing everything in its path. The majestic baleful blood aura was devoured into his stomach, and all of it was poured into the sun furnace. The essence of the sun, the fire of life, and various other flames burned within the sun furnace. In an instant, the sinister energy within the baleful blood aura was completely refined and expelled through his pores. Only the energy that was beneficial to the human body was left. Bang! After obtaining such an abundant amount of energy, Xia Ping's astral qi increased greatly. He actually took advantage of this opportunity to break through another acupoint, refining his body and strengthening his astral qi. Fuck, he can really absorb it, and he even became stronger. This human is simply a monster. Is there any justice in this world? What exactly is the human body made of? Shark 17 was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He had used the blood fiend flag precisely to kill this damned human. But who would have thought that the baleful blood aura was completely useless against this human? Instead, it was completely absorbed by him, and at the same time, his cultivation base and astral qi were also strengthened. This was simply giving aid to the enemy, helping the enemy become stronger. Shark 17 felt that there was nothing more sullen than this. It was simply unheard of. Flee! Shark 17's face turned green. Even the blood fiend flag couldn't kill this human. What other methods did he have? If he continued to stay here, he would most likely be killed by this human, and even his head would be taken away. He instantly put away the blood fiend flag, and the entire world revolved, wrapping around his body. In an instant, he borrowed the power of the blood fiend flag to transform into a tornado, fleeing into the distance. His fleeing speed was extremely fast, breaking through the sound barrier. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.